Hello and welcome back to the 2026 USAPL Powerlifting Raw Nationals. We are on day 2, session 2, here in Lombard, Illinois. My name is Brandis Napier and I am joined by
Tia Badger.
And we are going to take you guys through session 2, platforms 1 and 2 of today's session. This session will be the males and females, 82.5 kilo weight classes. They will be competing across all 4 platforms at our nationals. So we'll be doing our best to try to keep you guys up to date on what is happening. But as far as standings and all of that, that will be what we go over at the very end today. Looks like the action is getting ready to get started. We have platform 1 on your left, platform 2 on your right. Big shout out to A7, our presenting sponsor today. They have supplied all of our spotters and loaders with some wonderful gear, keeping them looking fresh on the platforms. Spotting and loading crew is the same all week long, really. A lot of them have started on our first day with Masters Nationals and are still here. So big shout out to them. They're the ones that keep this place going. On platform 2, we have out Alana. She is coming out for her opening attempt squat at 157.5 kilos.
And we do have 3 flights again in this session, so things will be fast but also slow. It'll be a lot of hurry up to just wait.
Very speedy opener from her. Got London on platform 1, 127.5 kilos. So it looks like we did get a blue card from that side ref on platform 2. Blue can be a couple different things. The main one that we're going to look at here is bar path. We're going to see if the bar goes up and down or if there is soft knees. I do believe that is what she was called for, soft knees. I kind of saw it myself. We've got Emma out on platform 2, 160 kilos.
Has a definite forward lean before she starts her squat. She starts upright so that she gets the command. Once you get the command, you're free to lean forward. You just have to remember to stand all the way back up once you get to the top of that squat. But what that can do is it can help them kind of lean into the brace a little bit as they go down.
Sometimes it's a little easier to sink your hips down, sink that pelvis all the way down so that the hip crease is then below the top surface of our knees. Got Amy out there. She's taking 130 kilos.
And on platform 2, they're going to stop her because she has to put her knee sleeves on.
They should.
Hopefully. Maybe.
They did not say anything. I am very surprised. So on the platform, you're not allowed to touch any of your equipment except for your belt. They might be holding her, have her replace it now.
Yeah, they really should have told her as she walked up. So honestly, that's a little...
Yeah, I agree.
A little mean, but...
We do have TCs at this meet, so it should have been caught by the TC. But there's a lot of lifters, a lot of things happening, a lot of moving parts. So we got to get everybody in the groove here.
That's also why you get a minute. She's got about 10 seconds left, so she's got to get the start command. And she's looks like there. Yeah, you don't have to finish your lift within the minute. You just have to get the command to start. You don't even have to start. You just have to get the instruction to do so.
Yes. Both of those squats did receive 3 white lights. Looking pretty, starting us off strong. We've got Abigail coming out on platform 1, 140 kilos. We've got Nicole coming out on platform 2, 165 kilos.
Abigail's got 380 pounds. Nicole's got 364 pounds.
So on the squat, there are 2 commands that these athletes are waiting for. The first one is that squat command. So at that point, they may start their descent down to the squat. There is no pause in the hole. They stand it back up. Once they are in control of the bar, they will receive the rack command.
That was a very, very nice opener. Nice and fast.
Super speedy.
You can always kind of tell when an athlete has a lot more left in their lift when they reach the top of the squat and the top of the squat kind of pops.
Yes. That's a good feeling. That's what you want to feel on the platform. Got Michelle coming out, platform 2, 170 kilos. We've got Amelia on platform 1, 142.5 kilos.
Michelle Jordan on 2. Amelia on 1.
Michelle out here rocking the A7 singlet. Amelia with a nice deep squat. Michelle with a nice deep squat. Oh, so Mia did lift that one. Missed that one. She got 3 red flags, so it was for depth. To me, it looked good, but I am not a ref on the platform today. So,
And it is a little concerning that she does get 3 because
Yes.
what that says is it probably wasn't that close.
Correct.
That all 3 judges agreed unanimously that it was 100% high.
yes.
So the judges will give lifters benefit of the doubt. If they're not sure whether it was high or not, they might let it pass just because you have to see an infraction to call a color card as a referee. So if all 3 referees saw it, that means she definitely has to go a significant chunk lower.
Yes. Now, as a lifter yourself, if you get called for depth, are you going to retake it or are you going to go up?
If it's an opener, ooh, okay. Thank you. Spotters on platform 2. Nice little catch there. I'm not really sure what happened. She kind of just, I think, lost her balance and dropped the bar. We're not really supposed to drop the bar. You're supposed to try and stay with it as a lifter, but it does happen. It's
Now,
hard.
It is qualifications for disqualification.
Yeah.
So because she did bail the bar, and I'm unsure if it was due to injury or if it was just due to loss of balance, but dropping the bar off of your back and bailing it, which is no longer holding on to it, she can be disqualified and not be able to continue. So we'll see.
Yeah, usually they have a line of intent there
Yes.
for that disqualification. So even if it was just kind of like a panic moment versus like, oh, just let me drop the bar real quick, I'm not going to make the squat anyway. So, but then that becomes a matter of interpretation, and that's a professional judgment that needs to be made.
It's really for the safety of the athlete, but also the spotters and loaders. It's very hard to catch a falling bar,
Yeah.
especially that back spot is, trained to catch the athlete. It can cause a very dangerous situation. But we're keeping on rocking and rolling here. Got Samantha, platform 1, 142.5 kilos. With an absolute smoke show of an opener.
Yeah, and back to what you had asked me before that, are you repeating a lift? You don't have to, but you probably should, especially if it's your opener, especially if it's a squat or a bench opener. You really just want to get that number in. Maybe take a little bit of a bigger jump after that, sure, but you want to make sure you get an attempt in comfortably. And if you miss it on depth, it means you were too high, which means it was easier than it should have been.
Yes.
Because it's easier to cut depth. That's why the rule is in place and why you have to go to a certain depth. So if you take that same weight that was easy and make it a little bit lower, it might get harder. So if you add more weight and make it harder, it's like a double whammy.
Yes. I completely agree. You want to make sure you are gaining some momentum as we go and not trying to find momentum. So missing that first can actually be a tricky spot to be in. So be interested to see London also getting called for depth there. And like you were talking about, those 3 red cards means that it was not even like borderline depth. So we want to make sure that we're going to get that next squat. A 2-to-1 call might be one that you would go up on because maybe it was just one side felt high and the head ref saw it and the left ref saw it or something like that. But those 3 is definitely, for me, the grounds to repeat as well.
Yeah, already in the second attempts on platform 1.
Yeah.
I said we do have 3 flights, but they are kind of shorter flights, so it'll move quickly, all right.
Looked like a good second attempt to me from Ms. London, 137.5 kilos. 3 wet lights. Got Maggie coming out. 217.5 kilo opening squat attempt. Maggie is our reigning national champion in the 82.5 kilo division.
That's a crazy opener.
Yes.
Especially as an 82.
Yes. This is 480 pounds as an opening attempt squat that she absolutely blew up. Amy, platform 1, 140 kilos.
Yeah, and our lifter who kind of billed earlier, I think maybe we did hurt ourselves. They do have that 0 in for her, so she won't squat again.
Well, I hope she is okay. It can be a pretty scary moment for everyone involved, so. We've got Mia coming out. She did opt to retake this, so she did miss her first on depth at 142.5. Coming back out to reclaim that. Alana taking 167.5 kilos on platform 2. Second attempt squat.
My name is Leo. Alana on 2 lights.
See what the refs think about that one there from Ms. Mia.
3 white lights on 1.
It's going to be
3 white lights. So she is on the board. She is into the competition. Here is Emma on platform 2, 167.5 kilos. So Emma is opting to use a high bar position there. That bar is positioned all the way up on her shoulder, the top of her shoulders. It can make it kind of hard to hit depth. But she didn't have a problem on the first. 3 white lights. Amelia on 1, retaking, going up 2.5 kilos to 145 kilos.
2 white lights on 1.
2 to 1, good lift.
Mike, you only need 2 out of 3. That's right. Here comes Lila.
If you see 2 to 1, good lift.
Yeah.
And you're coming back out for your third. Are you trying to sink it deeper, or are you trying to repeat the exact same thing?
No. All I need is 2 to 1. I'm not trying to change anything. It's going to be a little bit heavier anyway, so I'm just focused on making sure I can move the weight and not trying to sink it lower if it passed the time before.
Completely agree. Lila on platform 1, taking 145. A little bit sticky. Really fast until it wasn't, and then really fast again.
Yeah, and that's a no lift there. Just going to get the blue for that sticking point in the middle, and then just the red as well for that depth.
Yeah. So that blue card doesn't just qualify if they stop. So the refs must have seen that bar did dip back down just a little bit of downward motion before she was able to recover and finish the squat. Nicole on platform 2, taking 180 kilos, and Miss Abigail on platform 1, 150 kilos.
That's a good bar speed for a 15-kilo jump there on platform 2. Must be feeling good, feeling confident, 2 to 1. That's a good lift for her. See what she takes for her third.
Yeah, kind of excited. I will say sometimes those athletes that are just super powerful squatters, it's fast until it's not. So I'll be interested to see how her and her coach think that felt moving forward. Are we going to continue taking another big jump? Or did it maybe feel a little bit heavier than she made it look? Ava coming out 152.5 kilos. Tracy coming out with 182.5 kilos.
Yeah, and you talk about maybe did it feel slower than it looked or whatever. There's 2 ways that you can kind of rate the RPE of your lift. You can have a coach rate it visually, or you can just rate it based on what you're thinking and feeling during the lift. And sometimes those match up and sometimes they don't.
Yes.
That's why sometimes we'll see a lifter and maybe they're struggling a little bit and it looks like that, and then they take a big jump, and like from our perspective we're a little confused, but maybe it felt fine to them.
Yes. Ava with a beautiful second attempt, 3 white lights. Michelle Jordan coming out platform 2, 182.5 kilos. Samantha coming out on platform 1, 152.5 kilos. Now, I know Michelle Jordan is a very seasoned lifter. She has been around USAPL for quite a while, competing in a couple different weight classes, showing us strength in all different forms. So very excited to see her out on the platform today. $10-kilo jump for Samantha. 3 white lights.
That's a slow second attempt there. Definitely had to fight for it.
It is, but like we talked about, some lifters, that might look really slow to us, but if that's what she's used to, she might have a little left in the tank still. We'll see. Miss Sydney coming out for 165 kilos. She did miss her opening attempt and opted to go up 7.5 kilos anyway. So this can be a risky jump because like we talked about, if you then sink it a couple inches lower, it might make it really tricky. Casey, 187.5 kilos. Pitched a little forward, but able to recover. Good lift platform 2. Ooh, platform 1. Still that 2-to-1 no lift call on depth.
Yeah, and that's gonna
put her in a tricky situation.
Yeah, she's probably going back there and she's feeling more stressed than when she started.
Yes. So she's not able to go back down. It didn't seem to offer too much resistance. I don't think strength was the issue there. It really is the difficulty for her of just hitting that depth. London is starting off third attempt squats on platform 1, 145 kilos. Little grindy. All the way to the top. Very happy with that. Ah, 2-to-1 no lift. So she was called for blue and for yellow. Yellow, I did kind of see it. I wondered if she jumped the command. And then again, that blue is just for a little bit of up down potentially as she was going, or soft knees on lockout. But that's unfortunate. It looked like a very strong lift. Miss Jeannie out platform 2, 210 kilos. So very fast for a second attempt at 210 kilos. Lila's taking 147.5, missed her second, opted to go up 2.5 kilos anyway. Grinding through. 2-to-1, good lift. All right. We have Maggie coming back out on platform 2, 227.5 kilos. We have gone over 500 pounds for a 501-pound squat from Maggie on platform 2, second attempt squat. With room left in the tank. We've got Amelia out on platform 1, 150 kilos. Had issues with depth on the first. Redeeming that here. Oh, no lift. So she did get her second attempt, so she is still in the competition. So she, as of squat, she's still able to post a total. Alana coming out for 175 kilos. Amy coming out for 152.5 kilos. Oh, good catch by our spotters and loaders.
A little straight light from the referee there. Happens to the best of us. A little misclick.
Amy with a little grind. I wonder if it did go up and down. Yeah, 3 red lights. That is a no lift. I saw a little bit of a grind, a little bit of a shake at the top. Here is Emma, 177.5 kilos, 391 pounds. Third attempt squat.
Fighting.
Little sticky.
I think it was clean up and down
I think so
through
too.
though.
3 white lights. A beautiful display of calm and collected even when it's heavy and hard. What a beautiful third attempt from her. Abigail taking 155 kilo, third attempt squat, platform 1. Isabel taking 182.5 kilos, platform 2. A little too much for Abigail today. Smooth lift from Isabella.
Yeah,
3 white lights.
You'll see a lot of lifters when they fail these squats kind of fail them right at the same point. They don't usually fail them like right at the bottom. They usually go up about 6 inches and then fail. That's kind of where when you're squatting your muscle groups transition directionally, and that's a hard cue to push through.
Yeah, that's typically what we refer to as that sticking point. So right here, right where Miss Mia is, she's fighting through it though.
Very
all
well
the way to the
done.
top. See what the refs have to say. 2-to-1 good lift, 157.5 kilos was successful for her. Michelle taking 185 kilos. So you were right on. You said that 182.5 looked heavy and hard. It looked like it was. She took that minimum jump, knew right at the bottom she wasn't going to do it. I wonder if there's something going on with that head ref's clicker system. We got another little mishap there. Ava coming out 160 kilos. She had an absolute beautiful second attempt at 152.5. Tracy taking 187.5 kilos on platform 2.
Get it, Tracy, get it. Come on, Tracy. Come on, Ava.
Platform's almost synced up here for third attempts. Beautiful grind from both of these lifters. Beautiful smile from Ava at the top. 2-to-1 good lift, platform 2. 2-to-1 good lift, platform 1. All right, we've got Nicole coming out for 192.5 kilos on platform 2. Samantha, platform 1, 160 kilos. Nice big brace. Very quick descent. When you're lifting and you know you're going to fail a squat, are you able to shake your head to let your spotters and loaders know?
Personally, me, no.
Me neither.
And I'm definitely not going to do that. I'm going to keep pushing until my muscles can't push anymore, not tell them to take it early, because I don't want to train myself to kind of shake my head when it's getting a little hard and then confuse them.
That's true. I will say as spotter and loader, it's nice when an athlete does do that because it makes it much easier to catch. But I also am not someone who can mentally take myself out of the squat to be able to tell somebody no. It's impressive when a lifter can. All right, Miss Sydney, she needs this squat to stay in the meet. 165 kilos. Casey coming out 192.5 kilos. Looked a little deeper for Miss Sydney.
I agree that it looked deeper.
Sydney with 3 white lights.
Saves herself from...
Casey for 3 white lights. Yeah, saves herself from bombing out. That was a big lift. Platform 1 is moving on to their flight 2.
And we have just the last 2 third attempt squats on platform 2. This 217.5 is 2.5 kilos under what I believe she set as a collegiate American record a couple months ago at CNATS in New Orleans.
This is a heavy squat. This is 480 pounds for a junior lifter. Let's go, Miss Jeannie. Beautiful execution.
Oh, that was genie in a bottle. 2 white lights.
2-to-1 good lift. All right, we have a national record attempt loaded on the bar on platform 2. This is Miss Maggie coming out for 232.5 kilos.
Yeah, women's 82.5 kilo open division. Just 512 pounds.
Let's go, Maggie. Squats it down. Little grind. That is a new national record for Maggie on the squat, 232.5 kilos. What a wonderful accomplishment for her and a perfect way to close out her squats.
Indeed.
All right, both of our platforms have now moved on to flight 2. Matthew with 235 kilos on platform 1. Brady with 217.5 kilos on platform 2.
You see that kind of stark transition from the last couple third attempts we saw into these openers, and you're like, wait a second, that looked really, really fast. But now these openers are looking easy and snappy again.
We are working on that platform 2 camera there. There we are.
The side referee just wanted to, have her moment to shine.
Saul with 235 kilos. Jeremy with 220 kilos. Saul with 3 white lights. Jeremy, platform 2, 3 white lights. We are just rocking and rolling right through these squats today.
Yeah. Well, as much as the spotters and loaders want the meet to go fast, and we'll kind of race each other a little bit on different platforms to see who can get their platform done fastest, the referees also want to keep moving through the session. These sessions get kind of long, but even more so than those two things, the athletes want to go.
Yes.
When my minute clock starts, I don't want to stand there and go, let me stand here for 30 seconds. I'm like, no, I want to squat now.
Yes.
I've been waiting for hours. They waited in 2 hours before the meet even started. They've been thinking about their lifts, and they're ready to run. They'll slow down a little bit as we move to bench and they have to do all their setups.
That's the nice thing about an afternoon session is you actually get a little bit of that. You get to sleep, and then you get a little bit of time to just like build anticipation and get yourself ready and get yourself going. I like an afternoon session. I will say these third sessions do get kind of late. I think the late sessions can be a little bit of a hard one as an athlete, but these middle ones tend to draw a lot of energy.
Yeah, I've never had the pleasure of competing in a non-morning session, so I don't know 100% what that's like, but I do imagine that these late sessions, specifically like that one last night that ended at 1 in the morning, would be semi-painful for the athletes. Almost you have to wait all day and try and sleep, but also not mess up your routine.
Yep. Nothing like pulling a, max out deadlift at 12:45 in the morning. Successful lift on platform 2. Jaden coming out platform 1, 240 kilos. Spotters and loaders getting the bar ready for Paul on platform 2, 225 kilos. For yourself, when you're out on the platform lifting, what do you want your opening attempt to feel like?
I want my opening attempt to feel good. I don't want my opening attempt to ring any sort of alarm bells in any manner or fashion. I want my opening attempt to be good. I want to take a big jump to my second, see what it feels like, and then take a more moderate but still respectable to a third. And I think that most athletes would agree that what do you expect and what do you desire from an opener? You desire for it to be easy, and that's why they're picked.
Yep. Are you someone that draws attention or energy from the crowd? Or do you like a calm and collected platform?
I think whether they admit it or not, every athlete on the platform is helped out by energy. With the exception maybe being if the energy is too loud and they can't hear bench command.
Yes.
But in terms of squat, deadlift, and just strength and mentality, the louder the crowd, the louder the music, the more locked in you're gonna kind of be. And especially if some of those people in that crowd cheering for you are your friends or your family or your teammates, if you brought teammates with you to Raw Nationals, if those people are out there, you almost don't necessarily want to make the lift for yourself. You're like, these people bothered to show up to watch me. I want to put on a show for them. I know for me, I get most nervous when my brother comes because I want to impress him specifically because I want my older brother to be proud of me, right? And so a lot of these lifters are going to kind of be in a similar situation. They all have family either here or hopefully watching the live stream because that's why we're here and why we're talking. So,
Yes. Anthony coming out 250 kilos. Keith coming out for 235 kilos. See what the refs say on Keith's squat. Looks like it might have been a little high. Yeah. Unfortunately, the refs saw it too, a little bit high.
And you'll see that 2-1 a lot on the sides. It's just the side judges have the better view Front judge can't quite tell. They got a lot going on up in the front. They're also trying to focus on commands and just overall lifter safety and progression of the meet while the lifter is lifting. So they got a lot going on up in the front, so they have to give the benefit of the doubt with the angle if it's close. But the side judges have a clear view right on that 45-degree.
Victor, 240 kilos, platform 2. Depth looked undeniable to me. Three white lights. Steven taking 257.5 kilos on platform 1. Making it look like a cakewalk. Smile at the top. I love watching a lifter lift and seeing a smile at the top. Typically tells you, especially in an opener, that it felt pretty good. Just like you were talking about, probably exactly how they wanted it to feel, maybe even a little bit better, and they are ready for a big second attempt. Dominic, platform 2, 242.5 kilos.
Yeah, these two flights basically synced both flights on their last opener.
Zachary taking 275 kilos. Three white lights.
Boards ready for Jeremy on 2. Zachary.
So Zachary has a little bit wider of a stance squat, which can sometimes make those hips shift a little bit in the bottom, like we saw there. He didn't seem to have a problem with it. Maybe that's how his hips normally feel in the bottom. But we'll be interested to see how that plays out as we go across his next two squats. Jeremy taking 230 kilos. Did get the replace command. So there must have been something wrong with his setup that wasn't getting him exactly where he should be. Try to figure out what's going on here.
I think that they have the wrong lifter out.
Yep.
Or
maybe we still have the wrong lifter. We are looking for Jeremy. Diego on platform 1. He is getting himself set. He decided to throw his wrist wraps to the side. So when your clock starts, it does not matter if you as the lifter are ready. When the bar is ready and the platform is ready, your clock begins. Unfortunately, on the platform, you are only allowed to touch one thing. Do you know what that one thing is?
You are allowed to adjust your belt.
Yes, that is it. So his wrist wraps were not on. He said, uh-oh, it's going to take me longer than a minute to get my wrist wraps on. Let me walk out there without them. Do the squat, 240 kilos.
No lift. Side referees. Depth. I do think it was better than his last one, so I do agree that last time it was the 3 reds and this time it was the 2, so he's got to make the next one a little bit better, but I'm a little, back here, I'm stressed out on his behalf because that wasn't easy. It was noticeably harder that time than the first time because he went a little bit lower, and he has to go even lower now, and he's fatigued.
Yes. Completely agree. This is going to be a really, really tricky spot for him, needing to make that third lift, but knowing the second was a little bit heavy.
Okay, platform 2. We have found Jeremy.
230 kilos. You know, I'm a little confused because I think that was the same lifter that tried to come out the second time.
Yes. I just wonder if they maybe weren't quite ready for him or they had to try and reset the clock, and sometimes that takes a second because they might have started it for the other lifter.
Joe taking 247.5 kilos. 3 white lights. Brady, platform 2, taking 230 kilos. You know, I'm really glad somebody noticed that we had the wrong lifter out.
Yeah, they were actually supposed to take the same attempt.
Yes.
But they just had opposite lot numbers. So since Brady had 217 on his opener and Jeremy had 220, the lifting order flipped because obviously Brady did 217 first and then 220, so he's thinking, I went before him last time, we had the same attempt, I'm going first now. But since they're doing the same weight, they're determined in order of increasing lot number, which those are just randomly determined. Some people think they're by qualifying totals. They're not at all. They're literally randomly determined, and the only purpose is to break a tie on who lifts first if they're lifting the same weight and to determine the order that they weighed in at a couple hours ago.
Yes. Lot numbers can be a very confusing thing if you're not ready for it and not paying attention. Just like that. It's an easy thing to miss, too. So your coach has to really be paying attention, especially if somebody puts in the same attempt as you.
As a lifter, I want a higher lot number.
You do?
Because I would rather wait 2 more minutes to weigh in after somebody, but then also
Have the
lift
advantage.
after them and know what they did, than have to lift before them but get an extra minute in the morning to eat my food.
Yes.
However, if I was on an extreme cut or something, I might feel a little bit differently. So,
Yeah.
there's a give and take. I happen to have the lowest lot number this weekend, but that's all right because I think our platform will be pretty spread out.
Yeah. 2 to 1 no lift on platform 1. I believe that was for soft knees. It did not look like there was any up down on the bar, so I do believe it was a soft lockout. Usually a pretty easy fix. So that might be something that I would go up on if I was feeling pretty good and not necessarily retake. But if that's his normal, it might be tricky because it can change your start position to have to lock those knees out if you're not used to that. Kobe taking 237.5 kilos, platform 2.
Sometimes I think the knee sleeves increase the look of soft knees, especially if you're in a stiffer pair
Yes.
of knee sleeves, because when you squat and you bend them and they slide down, they can kind of make it harder to, they crinkle up a little bit and then it looks crooked at the top.
Yes, it can definitely play a role. The refs are trained to look through the knee sleeve to an extent. Obviously, we don't have X-ray vision, right? But there are things that you can look at where the femur is above and where the tibia is below, where that fibula is below, to see if it is a straight angle. But yes, stiffer sleeves definitely make it easier to see a soft knee. Or if your legs are not completely straight, make it look like they're more bent than they are. Paul taking 240 kilos, platform 2. A little bit of a shift in the bottom. Recovered it well, though. I don't think that's how he wanted that to feel.
No, he turned around and he looked a little flustered.
Yeah. Connor taking 260 kilos. Depth undeniable. Sticky but smooth. Michael coming out for 242.5 kilos.
Michael on 2, Jacob on 1. 584 pounds.
Moves well.
Yeah. Honestly, it was kind of the speed of an opener.
Yeah, and I was a 15-kilo jump and still moves like that.
Yeah.
Come on, Hunter.
Jacob on platform 1 going to 265. Little head nod as he was coming up.
Yeah. All right, Keith is going to try to avoid the situation that 2 athletes on platform 1 are going to face in their next attempt because he missed his opener and he needs to get his second. It was 2 to 1 side referees on depth.
And he took a pretty big jump here. So we missed the first on depth at 235, opted to go up to 247.5 kilos anyway.
And the same thing, the 2 side referees.
Yeah.
I don't specifically recall what his first one looked like, but I think that one was notably high as well. So he definitely shouldn't jump again. He should take what he can do, and it moved quite well. He just needs to sink.
Good lift, platform 1. Victor taking 252.5 kilos on platform 2. Victor taking a 12.5 kilo jump here. Kind of a typical jump for this weight, amount of weight being moved. Three white lights. Anthony taking 267.5 kilos.
Ours ready for bird on 2.
Come on. Stand up. Yes, Scarlett. Come on, judges.
That looked really easy. Platform 1. 3 white lights. Dominic, platform 2, taking 255 kilos. You know, it's kind of nice that the platforms have kind of offset each other. You get one athlete at a time, makes it much easier to watch.
Yeah, because then you get to see more of all the lifts.
Yes.
Like that one, and that one was phenomenal. Super deep, super fast. Textbook. But he gets the yellow cards. I wonder if he missed the command
I
a
wonder
little
if
bit.
he jumped the command. That is all I can think happened there. Hard for us to see from back here since we have the same view as you guys on the stream. And we don't have a way to know what the ref is saying, but Zachary, platform 1, 290. Brady, platform 2, 235.
Yeah, on bench, sometimes we're able to kind of see the hand signals a little bit out of the corner of the camera when they move to their like bench positioning angle that they need for the refereeing. But on squat, we genuinely have no idea. So we can usually just kind of tell by the look on the lifters' faces, honestly, when they know they missed the command.
Yes. Brady taking 235 after missing 230. 3 white lights. It paid off for him.
Yes. Good.
All right, we are at the top of the order for platform 1, and you know what that means. We've got 2 athletes fighting for their place here on the Nationals platform, looking to keep themselves in the meet. Diego taking 240 kilos after missing it twice on depth.
Yeah.
Second looked better.
Convinced 1 on the last attempt. Needs 2 here.
Oh, unfortunate. 240, too heavy on both platform 1 and 2. All right, here is our second lifter on platform 1, fighting for their chance to stay in the meet here. Looking to post a total at the 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals on day 2, session 2, platform 1. Jaden taking 252.5 kilos. Jonathan taking 245 kilos on platform 2. Looks cool, calm, and collected. Pretty deep, fighting hard.
Moves up cleanly. We could tell it's a struggle. Is rewarded.
3 white lights. All right, Jaden has gotten himself set. He's got about 18 seconds left to get that start command. Should be plenty of time since he's already started walking it out. Squat it down deep, stand it up. Looked better, but the refs have the best view. 2 to 1. Good lift.
Another blue card thrown out there. Whoa, soft on the side.
Again, I think he was a lifter wearing the more firm sleeves, the extra stiff sleeves. Definitely plays a role in positioning. A little bit too heavy for Paul today. It kind of looked like he crashed a little bit at the bottom and lost some tension. His knees dove in. It looked like he fell forward a little bit. Kobe on platform 2 taking 247.5 kilos. Joe on platform 1 taking 255 kilos. Good grind from Joe.
An excellent attempt selection to pick something hard, but that you can also fight through.
Yes. That can be a hard place to be as a coach, to find that kind of perfect number. And they found it for him.
All right, we had one lifter bomb out in this situation. We had one lifter who saved himself. Tie break. Keith needs to save himself. Both times getting depth calls from the 2 side referees. So even if he squats a little bit crooked, he's got to get at least 1 side lower.
Yes. Saul taking 260 kilos, final attempt. Almost looked like he paused it. A little too heavy on the day. Let's go, Keith. 247.5 kilos. Convince the judges. You know?
Maybe.
I think he might have done it. 3 white lights.
Yeah.
Recovered well.
I think he kind of heard me because I told him to squat a little crooked. I think he squatted a little crooked. He hit that bottom cue right there, and
I agree. You know, his first and second attempts were a little bit crooked. He sat a little more kind of hips off to the right side. But that time he squatted them just a little more to the right side and shot him down a little bit more, hit depth. He's still in the meet. Matthew taking 262.5 kilo, third attempt squat. He's fighting. Oh, a little too much. $255 kilos for Michael. 3 white lights.
Didn't look too hard for him, honestly. He definitely had a little bit more on the day, I think.
That kind of thing always makes me curious. Is squat their kind of bread and butter and it just turned out a little better than they expected? Or are they trying to save something for bench and for deadlift? Jacob taking 272.5 kilos. Dominic taking 260 kilos. Dominic missed his second. We believe on a command, but we weren't exactly sure. Looking to redeem that here and add 5 more kilos.
That's got to feel good on platform 1.
Yeah. Both of them look good to me. Platform 1, 3 white lights. Platform 2, 3 white lights. You can't ask for anything better. 2 squats, 6 white lights. Connor taking 272.5 kilos on platform 1. Victor taking 260 kilos, platform 2. Our platforms have sunk back up. Both of these lifters looking to go 3 for 3 on the day for squat. Heavy but not hard from Connor. Heavy and hard but beautiful from Victor.
Yeah.
Three white lights. All right, platform 2, we have moved on to our third flight of lifters. John will be starting us off with 195 kilos. We've got 3 lifters left on platform 1. Steven taking 275 kilos.
Come on, Donald. Steven below. 606 pounds.
That is a good lift on platform 1. 195 kilos, speedy fast from John. Two lifters left, platform 1. Bar is loaded for Anthony with 280 kilos. Took a large 17.5 kilo jump from first to second, a little bit smaller 12.5 kilo jump from second to third. It's kind of what we expect, right?
Yeah. I said it earlier that you might take a little bit of a bigger jump and then a little bit of a smaller jump. Your second is one that you really also should be able to hit, so you might be able to more comfortably add a little bit to it, especially if your first was really easy. And then your third, you have to base on how your second moved.
Yeah. Oh! 1 kilo too heavy. He was almost able to push through that sticking point there. That's the downside of taking those little bit larger of a jump from 2 to 3. Sometimes your CNS, your nervous system might not be quite ready for it, or it can be just hard to judge. It can be hard to judge, do I have 10 kilos left or do I have 12.5 kilos left? Andre, platform 2, taking 225 kilos. Zachary looking to get himself set under 295 kilos, looking to close out flight 2 for platform 1.
Three white lights for Andre. Here comes Thomas on 2.
295 for Zachary. Squats it down. Stands it up. See what the refs have to say here. 3 white lights for him. 272.5 kilos successful for Zachary. Here is Thomas with 227.5 kilos. Rocking the purple and pink.
Thomas opening up with 501 pounds. Platform 2. Lights on 4. Lights on 4. Go in.
Looked good to me. 3 white lights. Jason coming out for 70 kilos. Timothy has 235 kilos loaded on the bar.
Timothy Gooden, platform 2, 518 pounds. Jason
Now, with the way that looked from Jason, I wonder if we're maybe battling an injury, coming back from something, and we're just looking to get a token lift so that we can continue our meet across bench and deadlift, because that was kind of a silly strong squat for an opener. We know we said we wanted them to be fast and easy,
Yeah.
but you don't want them to be a warm-up either.
Yeah, and I mean, oftentimes at this level, when you token, you're kind of taught to token with 75.
Yes.
So they can leave the red on the bar. It's just like a courtesy to the spotters and loaders. But you'll see on LiftingCast, he does scratch. So he definitely is battling some sort of injury on something specifically related to the squat, because it looks like we have a real deadlift in there. So we hopefully see him more later today.
You are correct, though. Most of the time you will say, take the token at 75, leave the reds on the bar for the spotting and loading crew, because it's much easier to keep adding reds than it is to have to strip the bar back down to 0, add on a blue, and keep going from there. But Tony is out for 215 kilos. Daniel's taking 245 kilos. I don't think that could have been any faster if Daniel asked.
Easy money on one.
Alexander going to load up 220 kilos on platform 1. Sebastian taking 250 kilos on platform 2. Sebastian rocking the all black A7 singlet, all black A7 knee sleeves. My guess is all black A7 wrist wraps.
Yeah, probably.
3 white lights. I hear A7 makes you stronger.
I don't know about that.
Alexander taking 220 kilos. Also in an A7 kit. Beautiful opening attempt squat. Justin with 262.5 kilos. Opening attempt squat. Taking his time to walk out with a little bit narrower of a stance. Seems to be very strong, though. That was a beautiful squat.
Yeah, very stable. And it's kind of just based on how the lifter's anatomy is as far as what stance works the best for them. It's not that one is inherently stronger than another. It's just how the lifter feels the best that they can move, hit depth, and maintain balance.
Yep. Jeffrey taking 225 kilos on platform 1. Very controlled squat from him. 3 white lights. Justin taking 270 kilos. Two to 1 good lift from Justin. I do think I tend to agree. His knees looked a little soft. That can be really hard on those openers when you want to kind of feel the whip of the bar at the top to really remember that we can't just let it bounce. We do have to lock our knees back. But like I said earlier, that's usually a pretty easy fix. Ivan taking 230, opening attempt squat on platform 1.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you go out there for your opener, you're just so excited. You get a little extra bounce out of it, and that can sometimes startle you.
Yes.
And so the solution to not stepping, because you're not allowed to do that, is to kind of unlock your knees a little.
Kyle, 295. Looked easy. 3 white lights. Naveed taking 235 kilos.
Second attempts, platform 2. Should be hopefully a little bit harder than the openers. We had a lot of success there, so hopefully we'll continue that trend.
John taking 210 kilos, second attempt. Kind of has a little bit of a shifty squat. Kind of saw him come down on one side, push up through the other a little bit. But works for him, 3 white lights. Successful 210 kilos for John. Jihan taking 240 kilos. Opening attempt squat. We are on to our last 3 lifters on platform 1. Exactly how you want an opener to look. Devontae Washington taking 230 kilos on platform 2. You said you wanted him to be a little bit harder on our second attempt squats. Devontae did just that, but it was successful, 230 kilos. I think he left a little in the tank. What do you think?
I think so. Yeah, just because something looks hard doesn't mean there's not more.
Luke took 245 kilos. 3 white lights. Andre coming out for 237.5 kilos on the bar. All right, Ryan is coming out, 250 kilos. He is really getting himself locked in. He is bringing the energy.
You see a lot of these guys have elected to use just that really high belt position. A little bit of a trend right now in powerlifting, but it can help in the sense that sometimes if your belt is really low when you're squatting, it can mess with your depth a little. Kind of hit your belt against your leg and you think you went low enough, but you aren't quite there yet.
It also can make it easier to see depth with it a little bit higher because your hip crease stands out a little more than when it's kind of mushed in with the rest of your anatomy when that belt kind of pushes some of that stomach down. Thomas taking 247.5 kilos on his squat. We are on second attempts. Got that squat command. Kind of a picture-perfect second. Definitely offered a little bit of resistance, but definitely more in the tank. Tony coming out for 225 kilos. All right, Timothy, 252.5 kilos. Tony squat in his second attempt. Stands it up pretty easy.
Yeah, that moves pretty well. Slight wobble, but it had good bar speed.
Sometimes with a little bit faster of a descent, I think it's easier to kind of get that little bit of a wobble because the speed can sometimes be hard to recover from when you hit the hole to when you try to stand back up, causing that little bit of a shake. Alexander, 232.5 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. So looking forward to your day tomorrow. What are you thinking? What are you doing before your second attempt?
Before your second attempt as an athlete in the back room, I think what goes through a lot of people's heads, obviously is different depending on whether or not you made your first, but I think you're analyzing. Whether or not you made your first, I think you're analyzing what was good about it and what was bad about it, what you can do better. Because you always want to aim to improve throughout the meet. So I think if you go and you just squat and you say, okay, I did one, now it's time to do two. I think that that's a loss of a potential self-analysis where you could think, I should pay a little bit more attention to the command right away. I kind of almost jumped at that time. Or, oh no, I kind of think maybe I need to brace just a tiny bit more when I go out there next time, because that first time you step on the platform at Nationals, you're not really thinking. The second time is a lot more tactical.
Jeffrey took 240 kilos. 3 white lights. Sebastian taking 262.5 kilos. Stands it up. 2-1 no lift for Sebastian. Again, we are getting hit with the depth bug over here on platforms 1 and 2. Really struggling to make sure that that hip crease is below that top surface of our knees, not parallel with.
617 pounds. Let's go, Justin!
Ivan taking 245 kilos on his second attempt. Justin taking 280 kilos on his second attempt. Kind of a really pretty squat from Ivan. You know how people say when you squat, you just want to go up and down? I feel like Ivan was a perfect example of that. The bar is resting up there on his back. He squats it down. He stands it right back up. There's not any forward and backward. A very pretty squat.
I like that analysis. I agree with that.
Naveed coming out for 250 kilos. Justin coming out for 285 kilos. Both on their second attempt squats. I feel like as an athlete, second attempt squat is kind of where you can feel the meat, right? You've got that first attempt under your belt. You kind of are able to kind of relax into the platform, feel the energy, know what to expect when you walk out there. You know where the lights are, you know where the judges are. There's less for you to have to think about, more for you to just do. Kyle is 315 kilos on the bar. This is just under 700 pounds as an 82.5 kilo lifter. And this is only his second attempt. Luke has 255 kilos on the bar. Very easy from Kyle.
Yeah, that was phenomenal.
A very smooth squat from Luke. 3 white lights, 3 white lights. All right, we are back around to third attempt squats on platform 2. What happens after squat?
Bench, the fun part.
The fun part, that is so true. Not many people think that. I'm a bencher, though, so I like bench.
But anyways, after squat, I think what you were getting at is once we finish these 2 flights, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll transition, and then they'll have a 10-minute break before they start back at the first flight of the session. More for them to work through their bench attempts.
Yes, I agree, though. Bench is the party. Jihoon with 255 kilos. John taking 215 kilos, looking to close out his 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals with 215 kilos. I don't know about you, but that looked like 2 successful squats to me at the same time.
Yeah, kind of mirror images, just
3 white
lagging
lights.
behind each other.
Yeah, it was almost like we just had a lag. They were beautiful. 235 kilo, third attempt from Devontae. Looking to add 5 more kilos to his squat here. Ryan has 265 kilos on the bar, a 15 kilo jump from his first to his second. Come on, Devontae, stand it up. All the way to the top. Three white lights. After you get a squat and you hit 3 white lights, how do you feel? Third attempts.
You make your third attempt, you made your other 2. I think you are on an emotional high.
You are riding some good momentum into bench, aren't you?
You can't ask for more at Nationals squat-wise than simply just making all 3 of them. Now, whether it's the initial jumps you had planned or not, doesn't matter. You have to take what's there on the day, make it, and celebrate the victories that you have.
Yes. The national stage can be a really hard place to hit 3 for 3. You've got national level refs, some of them international level refs. You've got a big crowd. You've got lots of lights. You've got media people everywhere. It can be an intimidating atmosphere.
Yeah, and I also think that it's worth noting that it's nationals. So, like, not everybody's from here. They have to travel or they have to drive. If you have to fly, that's a whole scenario. Flying, and, like, I know several people whose flights got canceled and they couldn't get here.
I mean, we
And
had
they
tornadoes.
So many delays, yes. And if you have to drive, might even be worse because you're sitting cooped up in a car for several hours and you can't sleep because you have to, pay attention to the road.
Yeah.
So,
yep. Especially if you're doing any sort of a weight cut. Can be a tricky situation. We've got Tony out, 235 kilos. Oh, he's fighting.
He, like, hit the bottom at 2 totally different times on the 2 different sides, and that threw him off.
Here's Thomas, 257.5 kilos, all the way to the top.
And we talk about weight cutting, and a lot of people think, oh, that's for the lightweight lifters. No. Pretty much every power lifter, unless you're a super heavyweight, has to pay close attention to where they're at. They're stressed about it all week, whether they're close or not. And even the heaviest weight classes have to, quote unquote, cut weight sometimes to get there.
Yes. That's so true. It's not just a little man sport, right? It is the men and the women all looking to best themselves. Sometimes that means cut weight. Sometimes that actually means gain weight as well, right? These are weight classes for a reason. Sometimes you grow out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anybody from USA Powerlifting that has any sort of power to the schedule is listening, please backwards next year. Start with the super heavyweights.
Here is Daniel, 260 kilos, third attempt squat. Okay, he got a replace command. I believe it's because his singlet is touching his knee sleeves. Yeah, so there are a couple rules, that being one of them. Your knee sleeves cannot touch any other piece of equipment. So it can't touch your singlet and it can't touch your socks. So that's what they had him fix there. He still has time.
That seems like one of those like really nitpicky rules, but some of the rationale behind it is if your knee sleeves are so tight and you pull your singlet kind of underneath your knee sleeves, it can actually tighten your singlet and make it like a little bit more supportive.
Yep.
Now the socks, doesn't make as much sense other than if might have been used as an aid to get the knee sleeves on. But.
Correct. Speaking from personal experience, if I am hot and sweaty, my knee sleeves do not go on easy. Socks definitely help that. So I think that's kind of what they're looking to stop there and make the knee sleeves kind of their own piece of equipment, which is what they should be. Sebastian retaking 262.5 kilos here.
And that's nice.
Yeah, 3 white lights. I think it was a good call, though. 262.5 kilos for him. Looks like it could have been a weight that if maybe got tossed forward a little bit, trying to find the depth, could be a little bit tricky, but he stood it up easy. So I think it was a good call to retake that. Ivan attempted 255 kilos, came up just a little bit short on the day, was still successful with 245 kilos, 2 for 3. How do you feel if you walk away from a national meet 2 for 3?
Average.
Yeah, hard question.
I think if you walk away 6 for 9 on the day, meaning that you go 2 for 3 on all 3 lifts, you're thinking, kind of average. You know, it wasn't a disaster of a day, but there's less of a third attempt victory to celebrate.
Yeah.
However, I do think that it denotes a sense of consistency, and it also kind of might depend how you missed your thirds. Did you miss
Yes.
all 3 of your thirds on strength, or were they close? So I think it's situational.
I agree. It's one of those things that maybe you're shooting for the moon, right? You come in with a heavy and hard goal, and that's kind of what you want to do no matter what. And so it might not be that big of a deal that you miss your third, but there's other times that you come in wanting to take every kilo you can, so that third does hurt. But Naveed here did make his third attempt. It was successful, 3 for 3, 257.5 kilos for him.
Yeah, and I also think that sometimes it's not about going 9 for 9 per se. Sometimes athletes are looking to swing for a certain result, so if they miss something but they can pick it up later, they can get it. I know personally my meet that I'm most proud of ever was a 7 for 9 kind of day. So you miss 2 lifts, but you can still walk away from the meet and look at your victories.
Yeah. Those meets offer a lot of lessons learned, usually, which can be really useful moving forward. So
I have this saying that it's good to be able to go 9 for 9, but if you go 9 for 9 every single time, you're probably not trying hard enough.
yeah, I do agree with that. Sometimes you got to push the envelope. These athletes train for months and months, blocks and blocks, commit their diet to this, commit their training, their free time to this. You want to see what you can squeeze out, right? You want to get every drop out. And that's what these lifters are looking to do here. Justin taking 300 kilos, third attempt. Good catch from our spotters and loaders, 300 kilos. Jihoon taking 260 kilos.
So we have a record attempt on platform 2. He's going for a 328.
Do you know what this is? Do you overhear what I am overhearing?
I am, yes.
This is a unofficial world record attempt that is above the world record set by the one, the only Russell Orhe. This is a huge squat. This is 723 pounds from an 82.5 kilo lifter. Kyle is getting himself locked in, and if you guys can't hear it, I don't know what's wrong anymore because the crowd is so loud, I feel like I'm screaming at you guys in a mic. Kyle is taking 328 kilos. This is 723 pounds. Platform 2, third attempt squat, 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals. Beautiful grind from him. He was successful. Unofficial world record, 328 kilos from an 82.5 kilo lifter. I don't know if you guys are hyped, but I clearly am.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about here at the USAPL Raw Nationals. Wow.
Yeah, so unofficial world record, official national record for sure. And that is just simply impeccable. And honestly, it moved well.
Yeah,
Like,
my heart is racing.
It was kind of good.
Ryan taking 272.5 kilos. Third attempt squat. Oh, looked a little sticky in the hole, but then it almost looked like he was going to be able to stand it up.
Yeah, and that unfortunately is a miss, but it's fortunately our last squat of the day. So we're moving along quite nicely with this meet here. We're going to take a 10-minute break in between this squat and the bench to set up the platforms, make sure everybody in that first flight has enough time to warm up, and then we'll get started again.
Yeah, so if you guys are not, I would highly recommend tuning in to the Meet on LiftingCast. So that is where you can watch all of your lifters. We are across 4 platforms today, weight classes on all 4 platforms. So tune in there to kind of follow along, seeing where your lifters are, where they are in the standings, where they are in the order. So catch us back in about 10 minutes. Welcome back to the 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals Day 2, Session 2 bench press. We are in Lombard, Illinois. We are getting ready to get started with platforms 1 and 2 bench press. Platform 2 is running about 50 seconds ahead of platform 1. So we should see one lifter come out a little bit before the other, but both of them are getting ready to get started. Spotters and loaders are headed back. Head refs, all refs are headed back. Lifters are getting ready. And bar is loaded for Casey. She will be taking 92.5 kilos. Now, we did have an athlete in this flight get disqualified during the squat for bailing the bar, so she will not be back out. We are down one athlete in this flight, making it a little bit faster.
204-pound female bench. Wow. Platform 2.
We are starting our bench presses on platform 2 with over 200 pounds, which means none of our bench presses will be under 200 pounds today.
Yeah, which is wild because usually there's somebody who just, maybe they're a deadlift specialist or a squat specialist, but usually there's somebody who can't do 200 pounds.
I mean, 200 pounds is a respectable bench.
Very. So the fact that everybody here is just, 1, can do it, and 2, is playing with it as an opener.
Right. It's not like we're doing these as third attempts. Everybody's over 200 pounds. We are opening over 200 pounds. That is crazy strong for these 82.5 kilo women. Michelle Jordan is taking 95 kilos on her first attempt. And Lila is getting herself all set up with 67.5 kilos. Lila is an 82.5 kilo junior lifter, meaning she is 20 to 23 years old. And what I mean by that is 20 to 23 years young, because she still has so many years left in the sport. 6 white lights across the board. Nothing looks better than that. 100 kilos on the bar for Tracy.
I mean, you talk about having so much time left in the sport. This is her third meet.
Right.
So, for a lot of the juniors that we have in this, they probably haven't done too many meets. So this is exciting for them to be here. It's a newer experience, and it'll become old news fast because they'll stick around.
I mean, in all honesty, to have a national total within the first 2 competitions that you've done, which likely was a local meet and then either a state meet, a regional meet, a state or regional meet in order to get your qualifying total for nationals, that's a big deal. USAPL does not have small qualifying totals. These are real totals that these women are having to hit just to be able to be qualified and able to compete on our national stage.
Yeah, and you talk about they don't have small qualifying totals. If you ever read the Powerlifting Reddit thread, people complain all the time that the qualifying totals are too high. How's anybody actually supposed to hit this? Well, guess what? The qualifying totals are high because there's so many people that want to be here, that want to compete at nationals, and they're obviously attainable because we have 1,000 lifters here, roughly.
I mean, we're on day 2 of nationals. We had 3 sessions yesterday, 3 sessions today, 2 sessions tomorrow, and at least 3 of those sessions are 3 flights across 4 platforms. This is a large meet. So if we lowered the qualifying totals so that more people could reach them and make it more attainable, 1, it's going to take away the joy and the honor and the privilege it is to compete here and be a part of this. But 2, it's not going to be as prestigious.
Yeah. And worth pointing out that regionals, which is one of the 2 places you can qualify to nationals, regionals has a qualifying total to get to regionals. So maybe you can't reach a national qualifying total quite yet. You'll get there. Keep working on it. But you could probably get a regional qualifying total. So maybe that's something to work towards and be celebrating. And then kind of earn your way here to nationals like every athlete on the platform has.
Yes. Alana taking 105 kilos on platform 2. Sydney taking 77.5 kilos on platform 1. Now, at Nationals, you are allowed to take a handoff or you are able to do a self handoff. Either one of them is fine. The big thing to note here is in the USAPL, it has to be one of the spotters and loaders giving handoffs. That being said, as a spotter and loader myself, having given handoffs in the past, if you are a lifter that wants a handoff, it is very important that you tell the handoff person exactly how you want the handoff. Do you want them to give you a heavy handoff, meaning give me most of the bar? Do you want them to give you a light handoff, meaning just kind of guide it out? Do you want it somewhere in the middle? There are so many options, and each lifter likes it a little bit different, that it is very important that you tell your handoff person and you tell them each time.
Yeah, because everybody kind of looks a little similar when you're out there running around.
Yes. I mean, these spotters and loaders have been spotting and loading since the first day of Masters, most of them, doing so many lifters that it's easy to forget who's who. Abigail taking 80 kilos. Emma getting ready to come out for 112.5 kilos. I've had the privilege of commentating for Emma before, and it has been really, really fun to watch her progress over the past couple of months, just continuing to get so much stronger. She had a phenomenal showing on bench going 3 for 3, ending at 177.5 kilos, and just opened with 112.5 kilos, which is 248 pounds on a bench press. London is taking 82.5 kilos. Maggie is coming out for a 117.5 kilos. Maggie also had a phenomenal squat session, ending out the day with a national record or American record at 232.5 kilos.
Yeah, and she's well forecasted as your leader for the day, so as long as everything kind of continues to go at least mostly according to plan for her, she should be good for that title probably at the end of the day. And so right now she's probably looking for PRs and numbers that mean a lot to her.
Yes, for her it's very much so hers to lose. Stranger things have happened, right? Things can still happen between now and the end of opening deadlift, but she's really probably looking for first attempts to be something that she's going to solidify that win with. And then seconds and thirds are just something to have fun. Maggie is a very, very strong lifter, clearly, as we're seeing already today. But it's just been a lot of fun also to watch her. These women are in weight class similar to me when I was back on the national platform myself. So ladies that I have seen compete and watched compete and kind of grow up in the sport with them. So it's been a lot of fun. Casey trying to grind through 97.5. Unfortunately, a little heavy on that second attempt. Bench press can be a really hard one to judge, but as far as attempts to make, a lot of times bench press will move until it doesn't. And that sounds so silly to say, but you might feel really, really strong, add 5 to 10 pounds, and all of a sudden just get stuck.
Yeah. It happens all the time in practice. It feels good, and you're like, okay, I could probably go again, right? Add like a little chip on there at 2.5, and nope, not at all. Doesn't move. So that's where the attempt selection and the strategy super comes into play, especially with bench, because there's zero room for error.
A lot of times you will see these lifters taking a 2.5 or a 5 kilo jump from first to second, and then that 2.5 kilo jump from second to third. Not always, right? Michelle Jordan here is showing us a 7.5 kilo jump to her second attempt that was successful. But those smaller jumps leave room for growth, right? They leave room for you to hit your second attempt and then have room to spare for your third instead of hoping for the best on a second.
Yeah, I think that when you're looking at like the attempt selection that the lifters make, if they make a 7.5 or more on bench, what that says is they are confident. They know they have it. Their first felt amazing, no issues, not any sort of cramp, nothing like, because if there's any sort of issue, you're gonna kind of scale that back. You got to be super real with it. So I think that if you're making a quote larger jump on bench, it really just shows that you are confident and calm in your abilities, and you also have had an honest assessment of what you can do on the day.
Tracy benching 105 kilos. Honestly, I think it was faster going up than it was coming down to her chest. Exactly how you want a bench press to look and feel.
Here comes Isabella.
Amy is getting herself set for 82.5 kilos. Second attempt benches. Isabel getting herself set, also going to take 105 kilos on platform 2. Beautiful bench from Miss Amy, showing us exactly how it's done. Beautiful bench from Miss Isabella. 3 white lights, 105 kilos, successful for her. All right, Ava is out. She is going to be taking 82.5 kilos. This is another lifter that I get the privilege of watching train and kind of grow up in this sport. She is still a junior lifter, so I've gotten to watch her over the past couple of years really just kind of fall into herself as a strength athlete. She has gone up 5 kilos from her very speedy opening attempt at 77.5 kilos. Showing us exactly why she is a bench queen. 3 white lights, successful 82.5 kilos for her. Nicole has 105 kilos on the bar. Sydney is taking 82.5 kilos. 3 white lights. Jeannie really has some great momentum going here. She is going into her second bench press, having gone 4 for 4 so far. Sydney taking 82.5 kilos. A little bit slow and sticky. Now, is your thought process on first and seconds the same for bench as it is for squat?
It's pretty similar, I think.
Very pretty bench press from Miss Jeannie.
And she's also fresh off that title in New Orleans, so she's looking to maybe do a double here, maybe in that junior division.
Abigail getting set, 85 kilos on the bar. Alana getting set, 112.5 kilos on the bar. We have 4 lifters left on platform 1, 3 lifters left on platform 2. And a beautiful bench press from Miss Abigail. Honestly, I think if you put those side by side, they would be the exact same speed. They were both very fast second attempts, leaving plenty of room in the tank for their thirds. London taking 87.5 kilos. 117.5 kilos on the bar for Emma. Good grind from Ms. London. Ooh, good fight from Emma. Small sticking point there. I didn't see any up down on the bar from my point of view. Refs agree. 3 white lights, successful 117.5. Samantha's going to be taking 87.5 kilos. Maggie's going to be taking 122.5 kilos. Samantha's got herself all set. A little bit longer of a press command there, and I saw it too. A little bit of tilt on the chest. Gave her a little bit longer of a hold on the chest, waiting for that bar to be completely motionless.
Yeah, I think when she hit her chest, it kind of bounced around a little for a second. So, again, no pause in powerlifting, just a stop.
Yes.
Demonstrated controlled stop, and then go.
Yes. So Casey met some resistance on that second attempt at 97.5 kilos, looking to redeem herself here. Sometimes it's as much of a difference as maybe the handoff was a little bit funky. Maybe my touch point was a little bit different. I didn't set myself up on the bench correctly. So I hope she can really find that second gear here and really push through this 97.5 kilos. Amelia's taking 90 kilos, able to grind it all the way to the top. Here goes Casey. Come on, push through. Oh, just too heavy for the day. It's all right, she does get to stay in the meet. She did make her first attempt bench press.
Yeah, and I mean, she went up that 5 kilos, so maybe she's gonna split that difference and had that 2.5. But I mean, if you miss 2.5 at this point, you can make that up on the deadlift. So not necessarily a cause for panic. She got nearly what she could on the day.
Yep. Lila's taking 75 kilos. Big strong push. Fighting it to the top. Be interested to see what the refs have to say here. I think I saw a little bit of up down. Yeah, no lift 2-1. A little bit of up down on the bar. Michelle Jordan has opted to take our minimum 2.5 kilo jump from 102.5 to 105. A little too heavy for Michelle. Mia's taking 82.5 kilos. You know, a very pretty third attempt. A little bit uneven on the lockout, but not once did she stop pushing. Tracy taking 107.5 kilos for her third attempt. Already was successful with 105, looking to add an additional 2.5 kilos to that. And next to her on platform 1, we have Miss Amy taking 85 kilos. Both of these lifters opting to take that minimum of a 2.5 kilo jump to their third attempt. Trying to get every kilo they can out of the bench press. Beautiful bench by Tracy. Beautiful bench by Amy. 3 white lights on 2, 3 white lights on 1. You know, for third attempt bench press being the most missed lift in a meet, it's very fun to watch both of those lifters have a successful third attempt side by side. Isabella getting herself set with 107.5 kilos. Sydney getting herself set with 85 kilos. Big strong push.
That was excellent control and patience in the middle of that bench.
3 white lights for Isabella. That was a successful lift. Sydney looking to do the same here. Uneven is okay. We don't want to see it go back down. Come on, Sydney.
She locks it out.
I think I did see a little up down. Let's see what the refs have to say. 2-1, no lift. She did get called for up down, and she did potentially get called for butt with that yellow on the side. I didn't see anything else that would be cause for a yellow card.
Yeah, probably just either her butt or her foot maybe on that one side.
Both things hard to see from here.
Yeah, the feet are kind of blocked by the little place where the lift-off person stands from our angle, and can't really see the butt because of just the front angle.
Yeah, good fight from Nicole with 110 kilos. I do think there was a teeny tiny bit of up down. See what the refs have to say. Yeah, 3 red lights there. That is a missed lift, but it was a beautiful grind. Abigail taking 87.5 kilos. Honestly, a really pretty third attempt. I don't know that she would have had 2.5 more kilos, but it definitely was not impossible for her. That was a very, very good call. Jeannie coming out for 115 kilos. Miss Ava coming out for 87.5 kilos. Oh, a little too heavy for Miss Jeannie. Was successful with 110 on her second, though. Here comes Miss Ava, the bench queen herself, 87.5 kilos. Got that start command. Very fast press command, all the way to the top. 3 white lights, beautiful bench from Ava. You heard me say a very fast press command. That is because Ava has such great control over the bar. The minute it touches her chest, it is motionless. There is no side-to-side bobble. There is no heavy touch where the bar has to finish sinking into her chest. It is emotionless immediately, giving the head ref clear visual cueing that the bar has stopped and you are able to say press. Alana taking 117.5 kilos. Oh, too heavy on the day.
Yeah, she just lost her brace a little bit. You could tell that even before she started to try and press that, her spine shifted.
London taking 90, grinding it all the way to the top. Back to Miss Alana's bench. I have been there. Sometimes that bar hits your chest and you're like, I actually have nothing left. You know that reel that came out, or the TikTok that came out, that was like, I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no gas in it. That's how it feels. There's just nothing left to give. Emma taking 120 kilos, grinding all the way to the top. Come on, Emma. Oh, the bar has just completely stopped. Can't be mad at it. She got everything she could out of the day. She took that minimum jump from 117 to 120. So got every kilo she could out of bench press today.
Very strong on platform 1 there from Samantha.
Maggie is looking to kind of beat the energy that's going right now on this platform 2. We have had 4 missed attempts in a row on this 3rd attempt bench press. She is looking to take 125 kilos.
2 reds.
2 reds and the comp collar all the way to the top. Oh, it is just completely stuck.
Yeah, that's not far off, but not today.
Beautiful 3rd attempt from Amelia. It was a good grind all the way to the top. Heavy and hard, but smooth. All right, we are rocking and rolling right on to flight 2, platform 2. This will bring out 82.5 kilo men. Jonathan has the bar loaded to 125 kilos for his opening attempt. We are also rocking and rolling right onto our 2nd flight on platform 1, 125 kilos as well. So both Saul and Jonathan taking the same attempt here. No notes, Jonathan, that was a nice bench. 3 white lights. Absolutely beautiful attempt from Saul. That was so very fast. Two to 1, good lift. Wonder what that 1 was for. That side ref calling a yellow card again, which is usually either butt or feet. Not always. But usually if it's a side ref and we don't know what it's for, that's a good assumption.
Yeah. So you got the yellow from the center there. That's probably a command.
Yes. Commands can be really hard for the side refs to hear too, especially at a meet. It also can look like the athlete is kind of anticipating a command versus listening for the command. And if they time it just right, it might be that the head ref knows that they jumped to the command, but the side refs hear it at the same time. Keith taking 137.5 for his opening attempt on platform 2. Joe looks to be successful with 137.5 kilos on his opening attempt bench. I think we should just save a platform and put all of our lifters together. Keep taking the same lifts.
Yeah.
They can just bench side by side. Steven taking 137.5 kilos. Paul taking 140 kilos. We talked a little bit earlier about the speed of squats versus the speed of bench setups. Are you someone that really takes your time getting over your bench setup, or are you kind of a lay down and pick it up?
I have turned into a technical bencher. So I think, that's becoming more and more dominant in all of powerlifting, is having a super, super technical bench instead of just being super aggressive with it. A lot of people are transitioning more to that light touch, high arch kind of situation. So if you're going to do that, you have to take the time to set up slowly and precisely.
Yes. They can't see me, but you could see me. As you said that, I was pointing at myself because I am very much so a very technical bencher, a wide grip, high arch, light touch, maximal control, minimize the range of motion kind of bench presser, which means that every single aspect of the setup matters. I try not to make it take forever because the last thing you want to do is put yourself in a position where you time out on bench because your setup took too long. So it definitely is an aspect to pay attention to as well. Here comes Jacob taking 142.5 kilos. Brady taking 157.5 kilos. We are looking to get that camera set back on platform 2. I will try to keep you guys posted following along with LiftingCast as the event continues. Matthew will be taking 142.5 kilos on platform 1.
Yeah, you're not missing too terribly much. They're on their openers. They're doing a good job at them.
And we're still getting the LiftingCast feed. So you guys actually can see it as well. And there we are. We're back with it.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
We did just send the tech guys out, so they should be getting it all fixed out there. Successful attempt for Matthew there, 142.5 kilos.
Flashbacks to last year at Raw Nationals when we lost power like 4 times.
Yeah, I heard about that. I was not doing media or spotting and loading last year. I was just enjoying watching my now husband compete. Michael with a successful opening attempt bench press. Dominic taking 165 kilos. Anthony taking 142.5 kilos. So Speedy Fast now, I want to see what the refs have to say. Did you see what I saw?
I do not think so.
Elbows.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Except they called yellow cards. So it must have been butt and not elbows. But to me, his elbows looked soft at his lockout. So I think we should watch that as we move forward. Dominic taking 165 kilos with pretty much one of the closest grips I've seen yet.
Yeah, for sure in this session.
150 kilos for Diego. Beautiful grind from an opener.
Yeah, slow all the way to the top.
I hope that was a good lift. Oh, no. That is a no lift. Unfortunately, he was called for up, down, and some other yellow card infraction that I am not sure of. Maybe a jumped command, maybe butt, maybe feet.
I'm having a little bit of a rough day, so we'll hope to see that turn around as we continue through the meet.
Yeah.
Might just be kind of the travel thing.
Yeah. If you are watching along on LiftingCast, it does look like Diego has actually scratched the rest of his attempts. I really hope there's no injury and that it's just a tough day. So instead of continuing and potentially risking injury or further frustration, kind of pulling the plug for now. But we will see. We've got Connor coming out for 170 kilos. Got second attempt started on platform 2. Victor taking 132.5 kilos. So if you watched close, I think that was our first pretty good example of what we call a sinking bench press from Connor. That bar went down into his chest, then paused. Not paused, became motionless. And then he got the press command and was able to smoothly press it all the way to the top.
Yeah, there's a fine line with trying to do that because you got to make sure you sync before you get the command.
Yes. If you don't, and you happen to finish your sync or sync additional before or after you get the press command, what is that called?
It's called heaving, and it is a reason for disqualification of the lift.
Yeah. Keith on platform 2 taking 142.5 kilos. Saul on platform 1 taking 132.5 kilos. Keith also looks like to potentially have a little bit of a soft lockout. Did get 3 white lights. So maybe it's just my angle and my eyes, but Saul with the 2-to-1 good lift. Joe is taking 142.5 kilos. Paul is taking 145 kilos.
Yeah, still kind of similar in weights between the two platforms, right along with each other.
So much so that both of our final attempts for second attempt bench presses are the same at 177.5 kilos.
Yeah, both of these platforms you're seeing right now are both that men's junior division.
319 Crow gets 3 white lights.
As a lifter yourself, what's your favorite lift?
It has changed over the years. Because it used to be squat, and now that I learned how to bench, it's probably bench. I think that bench is one of the lifts that you either love it or you hate it, but you can also learn to love it because bench is probably the easiest lift to improve on. So a lot of powerlifters like obviously getting better. That's why you go over and over again every day in the gym doing the same thing just to add maybe 2.5 kilos, maybe none. But you want to get better. So you naturally kind of tend to, I think, favor whatever lift is going the best. So
I do agree that, especially as a novice lifter, the easiest one to initially put strength on is bench, because a lot of it comes down to improving your technique, and as your technique improves, your bench numbers improve, rightfully so. Whereas deadlift, there's a lot more wiggle room for technique. It's not quite as technical of a lift. So a lot of times people come in already with a baseline strength that they then have to grow versus just improving technique.
yeah, and I think that a lot of powerlifters transition into powerlifting from other sports. And in other sports, you're going to do a lot more running, a lot more lateral movement, perhaps, and those are just going to make your legs and your back muscles kind of more naturally stronger, more stable. It's going to be easier to start on those, where if you're a soccer player or a football player, you're probably not doing too much with your arms, so you like transition into powerlifting, and you kind of get like newbie gains maybe on the bench press, but not so much on a squat or a deadlift because you've been doing related movements.
That's a very good point. I agree, though. I agree that bench is my favorite. I think it was for most of my lifting career. It's kind of what got me into powerlifting. I was in other sports, other strength activities before, and then noticed that I was going to be able to set a junior state record on bench. So I continued to specialize in bench because it felt like it was the best one for me. And now I'm a 82.5 kilo world record bench holder.
All right.
Yeah, girl.
Casual flex. Okay. Should have led with that. I could have fangirled the whole time.
That's why I usually keep it a secret. It just felt right.
Okay. Talk about like being a bench specialist. Today is the last day to register for bench nationals. So if anybody's listening and they haven't registered yet, they can still register by tonight.
Have you ever done a bench only competition?
I have not, but I'm going to next month.
Are you going to?
Yes.
So exciting.
So,
they're a lot of fun.
Register and come join me.
I haven't lifted in quite a while. I've gotten myself too involved with the media side of things and production side of things for powerlifting competitions that my lifting itself has kind of taken a backseat because I really enjoy watching all of the lifters put on the show and just kind of being able to support them. It's been a fun little transition, but I'm very excited. Bench only is so fun.
I was asked yesterday what my favorite thing to do in all of powerlifting is, just having done most of the roles in some manner or close to most of them. And my answer was that my favorite assistant task I've ever had was simply handling a lifter, and it's because you get that front row seat to watch and be part of the success. So most of these lifters have a handler or a coach with them, somebody who's in the back room with them. If they didn't have one or weren't able to bring one, USA Powerlifting has programs to help to help match people together to assist each other for a session if needed. But that person who's back there with you is somebody who believes in you and who you trust completely. They're looking at you and their job is just to be honest. I think you have this. I think you have this. I don't think you have this. Or to calm you down maybe when you're panicking, when you're down in a slump because maybe you missed a couple lifts, or to hype you up when you're about to go pull for a medal in, I don't know, about 2 hours.
Yeah. Victor's taking 137.5 kilos. I said that so fast because I wanted to get it in before he finished his bench press. That was a 303-pound bench press from him. My assumption is that he came here with the goal of benching 300 pounds or 137.5 kilos if you're talking in kilos for a powerlifting competition, because he actually took his smaller jump from first to second and then said full send.
Yeah. I'm looking at that thinking you wanted the number there.
And he did it. I was looking at Jonathan's number. He's the one that took the smaller jump from first to second, tried to really get that 303 on second to thirds. Unfortunately, was unsuccessful, but he was still successful with his second. So it's still going into deadlifts 5 for 6, which is still a pretty good day.
Yeah. And I think you talk about like wanting certain numbers. Powerlifting is such like a social media sport. So you want to like hit your 300 so you can post it on Instagram, or, you know, because that 303 is a lot better than a 298 on like aesthetics wise.
100%. And I will have beef with that for the rest of my life, because my world record is 299 pounds, so I can't say I've benched 300 pounds on the platform, because that's not what it was. These lifters are earning the right to say they have benched over 300 pounds of being successful with that 137. Both of these lifters can say they've benched more than that, though. Saul was successful with 142.5 kilos. Keith was successful with 145 kilos. Ooh. Interesting. I spoke too soon. Saul did get called 2-1 no lift on his third attempt bench at 142.5 kilos, likely because of butt or feet, because it was both of those side refs. I like to assume that it's most likely butt, because a lot of time the head ref can still see the feet. Paul saying taking 147.5 kilos. Pushing it all the way to the top. One side before the other. That is okay. Finish it. Spotters and loaders trying to get him through it. He is still grinding. Oh, my gosh. Whew.
Wow. What
Somebody make sure he gets some air. When you fight that hard, it is very easy to feel like you are just going to simply take a little nap.
Yeah, if anybody watching at home wants to take and hold 147.5 kilos above their face for about 10 seconds and let me know how it goes.
Yeah, that was impressive. Even though he did not make the lift, I'm still very impressed that he was able to grind for that long on a bench press. Joe is taking 147.5 kilos. Kobe taking 152.5 kilos. Pretty much perfectly timed up. Kobe just a little stuck. Oh. Too much on the day.
Here comes Brady. 374.
All right, Matthew is coming out, retaking 147.5 kilos. On his second attempt, he did get all yellows, which likely means he beat a press command, or he beat a command. Either that press command or that rack command is the most likely. Brady has 170 kilos on the bar. This is 374 pounds. Two to one good lift for him. Always a nice feeling to come back after a missed attempt, to retake it and make it. All right, we have 172.5 kilos on the bar for Michael. We have 150 kilos on the bar for Jacob Hunter.
And platform 4 coming gets 3 white lights. Here goes 6 on 3.
Jacob has very long arms. This is a very long range of motion bench press. Long way to press it all the way to the top, but he proves me wrong and does it anyway. 2-to-1, good lift.
Yeah, he's got a nice deadlift too, so makes sense.
Those long arms bode well for deadlift. Anthony taking 152.5 kilos. Jeremy taking 182.5 kilos. We are on our final 2 bench presses for platform 2, final 4 bench presses for platform 1 until we roll into our 3rd flight of lifters.
402,000. Wow.
Here goes Jeremy, 402 pounds. Trying to overcome gravity, push 402 to the top. Too much on the day.
How about a 407-pound bench attempt on platform 2? Bars ready.
Dominic with a 10-kilo jump on bench to match his first jump that he took to 185, well over the 400-pound mark. Right now, he is forecasted in 5th place, but in this men's raw junior category, with as many talented lifters as there is, you can't miss a lift and keep that forecast.
Here goes Dominic.
Come on.
Oh! Shook his head, tells spotters and loaders, please help me. Keep me safe. All right, and with that, we are on to our 3rd flight of lifters on platform 2. Devontae Washington will be coming out with 140 kilos.
Changes on 2. No more changes next flight to your openers. Come on, Zach. Well left for Zach.
All right, we have 185 kilos being added to the bar for Connor on platform 1. This is 407 pounds for an 82.5 kilo junior lifter. Over the MC I'm hearing, this is 2.2 times body weight.
Blue lights. Here comes Seniors on 2.
Talked about that sink bench press.
Yeah, I don't think that was as controlled of a
Yeah.
sink as he would have liked. I think it crashed down a little bit.
You could almost see his body shake with it instead of just sinking into the rib cage.
Seniors on 2.
Daniel taking 142.5 kilo opening attempt on platform 2 as the spotters and loaders get our bar loaded back to 135 for starting out our flight 3 on platform 1. Andre taking 145 kilos. Tony taking 135 kilos. Tony has about 36 seconds. So took his time coming out. Hopefully doesn't have too long of a bench setup here. Are you someone that likes to get a handoff, or do you like to do a self handoff?
I always take a handoff, unless it's 1 in the morning and I'm by myself in the gym. But if possible, I always take a handoff on anything over 200. Really, I have to take a handoff on.
Do you ever worry that your handoff is going to be bad and mess up your bench?
It has, but you go back out there. It's a risk you take. You give better instructions the second time, and you work with the spotter to fix that and hope for the best.
Yep. All right, on platform 1, we have Jason. Jason is the one who took his token squat at 70 kilos. He is opening with 145 kilos, so just over 2 times his squat. And just about as fast as his 70 kilo squat.
Yeah, that was amazingly speedy.
John with 152.5 kilos, 3 white lights. Naveed opening with 147.5 kilos.
Ready for Kyle.
Kyle taking 152.5 kilos. These first lifters on platform 1 for this flight 3 have really gotten the word that these are openers. Make them look smooth. Earn your second, earn your third. Same with platform 2. Easy breezy, beautiful. All right, Ivan is taking 150 kilos. Sebastian with 155 kilos.
Sebastian, he likes going to the front door.
So in the USAPL, you are allowed to approach the bench from the front. So you saw Sebastian go walk around the rack, kind of put his feet down on the footstools, and then slide himself in. And then easily bench press 155 kilos.
Strong bench presses here for these guys. 418-pound opener for Derek.
Luke has 157.5 kilos on the bar.
Bars ready, platform 2.
Timothy with 155 kilos.
Luke on 1, 347. 2 white lights for Luke. Good there for Hayes.
Ooh. Yeah, kind of. I think maybe misgrooved a little bit there on platform 2 with that miss. So we'll have to pay attention as he comes back out to probably try that again next time around.
Out of New Hampshire. Lift, free, or powerlift.
Jihoon taking 160 kilos.
Proprietor Eric LaPointe. Here comes Justin with an opening weight of 369 pounds. 3 white lights on 1. Here comes Ryan.
3 white lights. Justin getting himself set with 167.5 kilos.
Fun little setup here from Ryan. He's going to take 165 to start us off.
Justin. Here comes Justin Green. Mr. Green. Mr. Green getting territory with the ledge.
Nice little dismount, too. Justin is taking 180 kilos for his opening attempt. This is 396 pounds. Super flat back, really long arms. Still opening his bench press with 180 kilos. That's impressive. Alexander opening his bench press with 167.5 kilos. He's got such a clear start position. His elbows super locked, feet super flat. 3 white lights. Jeffrey is getting 185 kilos loaded to the bar. And when he is successful with this, our flight C on platform 1 will have 100% success rate on their opening attempt benches. Thomas is also taking an opening a bench press at 185 kilos. Nice high arch, small range of motion, very beautiful bench press. Optimal bench press, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Not that I'm biased.
The goal of powerlifting is efficiency, basically.
Yes.
Because the goal is to lift the most weight. So if you can do that in a more efficient manner, go for it.
To the people that say arching is cheating, I always want to say, okay, then do it. Because it's within the rules. It's not cheating in the USAPL. It's completely valid. It is a skill. Just like sumo, just like conventional, it is a skill. It is practiced. And it doesn't make the bench press easier. It just makes it more of a mechanical advantage. Because speaking from experience, it is a very hard position to hold and maintain when there is a lot of weight pushing you in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Andre coming out for 152.5 kilos. Tony taking 142.5 kilos. Very pretty second attempt. Here goes Andre. Seemed like a good lift from Andre. Three white lights. Naveed is taking 155 kilos. This is 341 pounds. Daniel is taking 152.5 kilos, 336 pounds. Very similar weight bench presses here. Both second attempts. Naveed's is beautiful. Daniel's also beautiful.
They're all trying to one up each other right now.
Not really sure what happened there. It kind of looked like one side of the bar was all the way in the rack, the other one wasn't, so he did have to hold it for just a split second. But we are good and rocking and rolling, so.
Timothy, full miss on the last one, so he's going to have to literally just be stronger and be better.
Sometimes that's the cue that I needed when I was lifting. Just be better. Get out of your head. Do the movement you know how to do. This isn't your first time bench pressing. This isn't your first time lifting. Just move the weight. Jason also taking 155 kilos. Completes it very easily. Ugh. Timothy just taking a little too much. It's a tough place to be when you've missed your first and your second on strength.
Yeah, he's got to go to the back and say a prayer.
It's one of those moments where you go to the bathroom and you look in the mirror and you give yourself a point. You're like, you are strong enough. Because there's a chance that you start to get in your head, right? You miss your first and you're like, okay, that might have just been funky. Might have been something weird going on, maybe a foot slip. Then you take the second and the same thing happens. It's so easy to now start to think that I'm not good enough on the day, which maybe it is too much for the day, but also maybe you just got to think yourself through it.
Sometimes you also need to just kind of let yourself feel the emotions. One of the last meetings I did, I worked with an athlete who missed their first two squats and came back after the second one into the back area bawling.
It's hard.
And I basically stood back there and I said, suck it up.
Yeah.
And afterwards, they deny that they ever cried. They definitely cried. Like, I visually saw it so much so that our other person came over from 4 platforms over to check. But I was like, no, we got this. Go back.
Tough place to be, but I really hope we're able to come back from that.
Yes.
And hit it on our third. Luke with a successful 165 kilos. Kyle taking 162.5 kilos. Has a little bit of a soft lockout to me. See what the refs have to say.
Okay, I
Three
do
white
see what
lights.
you're talking about. It's a little bouncy.
It kind of looks like one of the new trends of powerlifting / old trend is that bulldog grip where you get that super internally rotated grip. Those elbows are a little bit flared. I will say it's a hard spot to get your elbows straight, but that doesn't negate the rule. But it seemed like his elbows, his shoulders were just super internally rotated. So maybe I'm just seeing elbow versus a bend, elbow joint versus an actual bend.
Yeah.
But he got 3 white lights. So Sebastian, 165 kilos. Super smooth. You know, really super smooth for taking a 10-kilo jump.
Yeah, all in all, good benching on both platforms.
Yes. Ryan is taking 167.5 kilos for his second attempt. Justin is taking 175 kilos. We are on our last 3 to 4 lifters of second attempts on both of these platforms. Jihoon taking 167.5. Justin 175. Justin has the bar. All the way to the top. Beautiful second attempt. Justin Green taking 187.5 kilos. Jihoon with 167.5. Slow but steady.
Yeah, not so much as a waiver.
Three white lights. It is a good lift from Justin. All right, we are taking the bar to 192.5 kilos on platform 2. This is 424 pounds. Alexander has 177.5 kilos on the bar on platform 1, 391 pounds. Honestly, a really pretty press. Thomas going to get himself reset there. As he started to potentially try to unrack that bar, both of his feet slipped. He still has 18 seconds.
Yeah, mature of him to take that full reset, but he's still got to make sure he gets that command with the clock.
Got 5 seconds. Got that start command, or at least started the press. Got it all the way to the top, but a little shaky. 3 white lights. What impressive composure that lifter just had on the platform. Not only to slip and then be able to reset, but slip, be able to reset within a short time frame. Have a little bit of an uneven press, but still be able to lock it out without any downward motion. All right, we are rocking and rolling. We are back to third attempts on both of our platforms. 147.5 kilos loaded on the bar for Devontae. 150 kilos on the bar for Tony. Last lifts of session 2, platforms 1 and 2 at the 2026 USAPL Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 2. Oh, a little too heavy for Devontae. Tony has it unracked. Big strong press. Oh. Saw that bar as soon as it got to that sticking point, dip back down a little bit. Indicator to our spotters and loaders that it is okay to grab the bar, help him back to the top. Don't forget that we are platforms 1 and 2, meaning that there are more platforms. There are platforms 3 and 4 on the other YouTube stream. Looks like platform 4 is actually waiting between their bench and deadlift. We are just having platform 3 still benching. Naveed on platform 1, taking 160 kilos. Andre, platform 2, taking 155 kilos. Little bouncy on the chest, so we had a longer pause. Unable to overcome that. Strong press. Uneven is okay as long as the refs did not see any up, down.
All right.
3 white lights.
Platform 2, high pressure, miss opener in second. He knows he can make this. That's why he had selected this weight to start out with. Can he do it today? We will wait and see. Don't know what he said to himself in the back room after missing that second, but I hope it works.
Yes. Here we go, Timothy. We are all behind you. 155 kilos. Push it up. Yeah, it's moving. He's fighting. Oh,
I tell you, that was his closest attempt at it, I think.
yes. That is a tough way to go out on strength on bench. He is thanking all the spotters and loaders for keeping him safe. We appreciate his effort. We are on to Jason, 160 kilos, third attempt. Heavy, but really not even hard. That was such a smooth third attempt. Daniel going up 5 kilos from his second attempt from 152.5 kilos to 157.5 kilos. Seems to be the perfect call. 3 white lights. The lift is good. Jihoon taking 170 kilos, going up the minimal 2.5 kilos from his second to his third. Likely indicating that that second was a little bit hard. See what he's got here. See what he's made of. 374 pounds. Oh, got every kilo he could out of that second. John is up on platform 2, 160 kilos. Also opting for that minimum 2.5 kilo jump from second to third. Oh, he's fighting.
Ooh.
Might have seen that right side dip down a little bit. Let's see what the refs have to say. 3 white lights. The lift is good.
Here comes Kyle Squires. 369 pounds.
170 kilos from Ivan. All the way to the top. 2 to 1. Good lift. All right, we are on to 167.5 kilos on platform 2 for Kyle. He's taking a 5 kilo jump from his second to his third.
Yeah, and reminder, he did set that squat record earlier, so he's done a lot already today, and he's always looking to add more.
Oh, saw that dip.
That's not going to pass.
Never like to speak for the refs, but we both saw it. He got 2 to 1. You know, and if his handler wanted to, they could go contest it. Now, do I think it would be overturned by the jury? Probably not. But 2 to 1s can be contested at the jury.
As well as unanimous decision.
Yes, just way less likely to ever happen.
Yeah.
And we did have earlier, I think it was Friday, we did have a 3 red card lift overturned to a good lift. Sebastian taking 172.5 kilos, grinding hard. Locks it out. That is a hard bench press to grind, and he did it. 3 white lights. Ryan missed 167.5 kilos, opted to go up 10 kilos to anyway. 177.5 kilos. Locks it out. Pays off for him. 3 white lights. What a huge risk he just took. If he had missed that for any reason, he would have only walked away with his 165 kilos, but instead walks away with 177.5. Justin taking 180 kilos, 396 pounds, grinding it to the top. Slow but steady. 3 white lights. Alexander with 185 kilos, over 400 pounds on the bar, 407. Trying to fight him back down to earth. Ugh. All right, Justin, he has 190 kilos. We are now over 400 pounds on both platforms. Justin is taking 190 kilos. This is 418 pounds. Jeffrey is getting ready to come out as our last lifter on platform 1. Ugh, too much for Justin. Jeffrey is looking to add 2.5 kilos to what Justin just attempted, 192.5 kilos. Missed it on his second for a yellow card infraction. So he's got to keep those heels down, butt down, listen to commands, and lock it out at the top. See what the refs have to say. Oh, 2-1 again.
I think it's the heels.
I think it's the heels.
I was like, you said it's got to be one or the other, so I picked that one to watch, and I think you can see it there.
They just
I think
kinda
they pop
pop up.
real quick and then go back down when that leg drive is initiated.
We are on our last bench press for session 2, platform 2. This is Thomas taking 195 kilos, that minimum jump from 192.5 on a second to 195. Nice high arch, small range of motion, fights it to the top. Seems to be successful. Let's see what the judges have to say. 2 white lights.
Hey, good lift to close us out on bench.
Yeah, that was a huge lift from him. We are getting ready to get our bar loaded and down on the floor, taking the rack off the platform to get us ready for deadlifts for day 2, session 2 of the 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals. We will see you guys back in about 10 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for deadlifts. This is the 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals, Day 2, Session 2, Platforms 1 and 2, 82.5 kilo women, 82.5 kilo men. We are about 10 seconds away from Platform 1. We are about 30 seconds away from Platform 2. Getting the party started. Everybody in the sport of powerlifting says the party doesn't start till the deadlift hits the floor. And ladies and gentlemen, we are here. The party is about to begin. We are getting ready to crown our 82.5 kilo men national champion, our 82.5 kilo women's national champion. They are going to give us everything they've got on deadlift. Here is Amelia. She is coming out for 145 kilos opening attempt. Nicole coming out for 172.5 kilo opening attempt. When I say opening attempt, that is the absolute lowest we will see on the barbell for these lifters. The bar does not go back down in weight. On Platform 1, we are already over 300 pounds. On Platform 2, we are already over 370 pounds. All that to say, we have some of the world's strongest lifters on our platform right now. This is the USAPL Raw Nationals. Nicole did hit a little bit of turbulence there with 172.5. She did get a 2-to-1 no lift. I do believe it was because of lockout. So hopefully a pretty easy fix for her. We'll come out and see her to hit it on her second. Emma coming out 175 kilos. Emma does have a little bit of a crooked bar lockout, but that is not a problem as long as the bar does not go back down. 3 white lights for Emma. Abigail taking 147.5 kilos.
Yeah, and on our third opener on Platform 2, already to the 400-pound mark.
Don't bat an eye. Don't blink too hard. Don't sneeze. You're going to miss some big lifts. Here's Tracy, 182.5 kilos. She lifted it faster than I could say it. Beautiful opening attempt. Amy getting herself all set. Sumo mixed grip opening attempt at 150 kilos. Beautiful attempt from her. Jeannie coming out, also taking 182.5 kilos. So I'm cheating here a little bit by having LiftingCast up. It's not cheating. Everyone has access to it. But if you're watching the live stream, it might be hard to have 2 screens up at once. So I'm going to say I'm cheating. I'm looking ahead to this Platform 2 deadlift openers, and I am absolutely blown away with the strength of these ladies. We have 3 lifters opening over 200 kilos. We have 2 lifters opening at 202.5 kilos, and we have 1 lifter, Maggie, opening at 237.5 kilos. I don't think you guys understand how insanely strong that is. All of those lifters, all of our lifters here today, but I am just flabbergasted.
Yeah, that's a dream number for a lot of people, and to open with that is remarkable.
Most people will never get there in their life. That is over 500 pounds for an opening attempt. Ava took 152.5 kilos, 2-to-1 good lift. Alana took 185 kilos. 3 white lights for her. We are on to Michelle taking 197.5 kilo opening attempt. Lila taking 152.5 kilos. Now, deadlifts tend to be our fastest lift, right? A lot less setup for a lot of our lifters. A lot of them come out, just take a few seconds to get themselves set and immediately lift the bar.
Yeah, and that's also just courtesy of the fact that there's no start command on deadlift. You can just go out there and pick it
Correct.
up if you want to.
There's no mandatory start position.
Yeah, and like on squat, you might go out there, pick up the bar right away and walk it away, but you still have to wait for the judges to decide that you can start.
Correct.
And then start.
All right. Platform 2 is already over 200 kilos. Like we said, don't blink, don't sneeze. Like we spoke it into existence, Isabella literally ran onto the platform, hardly took time to set her feet, immediately ripped it off the floor. 3 white lights. That was kind of fun to watch. Sydney taking 170 kilo opening attempt. Very pretty sumo pull. Casey also taking 202.5 kilos.
Yeah, and arguably that 202 looked better than the one before it, so it's going to be interesting to see where both of them end up.
We are in for a show. London taking 175 kilos.
Brittany on the floor. 386.
You know, a little bit heavier than I would expect for an opener from Miss London, but 2-to-1 good lift. She has a total on the day, and now she just kind of gets to throw her party pants on and finish out strong. All right, we are around to our opening, our second attempt deadlifts already. Second attempt deadlifts starting at 396 pounds. I'm gonna call it what it basically is. For commentary exaggeration purposes, second attempts are 400 pounds plus for every single one of our lifters. Amelia, platform 1, 152.5 kilos. 3 white lights, beautiful attempt.
Indeed, yeah, that was fabulous.
Now, Nicole did miss her opening attempt at 172.5. Believe it was for maybe support on thighs, since it was blue cards. See those knees travel under the bar just a teeny tiny bit. Strength is strong. 3 white lights. Good lift.
Yeah, I can see where if she didn't have a technical perfection on the first one, where they might have called it.
Yes.
Just knowing what to look for on that one, but that one was definitely more controlled and under perfection of technicality, so
Yes.
good lift.
Here is Emma, 187.5 kilos. Abigail's taking 157.5 kilos.
How about Grace on 4? Bars ready.
Emma with a strong lockout, but might have been a teeny tiny bit forward. 3 white lights. When will I learn to wait for the refs?
440.
Samantha with a beautiful 157.5 kilos, 3 white lights. She has some great momentum going into that third attempt. Jeannie, 192.5 kilos, 10 kilo jump from first to second.
3 white lights. Samantha Hines, go. 424. Tia is on 1, 352. Here comes Jenna on 4. 419 pounds.
Beautiful second attempts from both of our women there. Now, we have said before that our weight classes are across all all 4 platforms. The standings might be a little bit delayed. They might be a little bit funky. But right now, Ms. Jeannie is sitting in first in the 82.5 kilo women's junior division. So hoping to keep that by hitting a third attempt. Tracy with 195 kilos. Platform 2. Amy with 162.5 kilos on platform 1.
Yes.
Alana getting the bar loaded to 197.5 kilos. 162.5 kilos on the bar brings out Miss Ava on platform 1. Ava is riding some real high momentum right now with no missed lifts. Absolutely flawless day. Alana, 197.5. I don't think there's any doubt that she'll be over 200 kilos. Ava with a beautiful second attempt. 3 white lights. Continues her perfect day. All right, Michelle Jordan jumped from 197.5 kilos to 212.5 kilos. Now, Michelle has opted for these really big jumps from first to second on both squat and bench, and then a small jump to thirds, missed her third, so this is a typical big jump for her. If you're paying attention, she is lifting 212.5 kilos beltless. Lila, platform 1, 165 kilos. 3 white lights. 212 all the way to the top. Lift is good. Keeping the bar at 212 kilos on platform 2. Bring out Isabella. 180 kilos on the bar will bring out Sydney on platform 1. Slow but strong. 3 white lights. A little bit room left back in the tank. As we said before, Miss Maggie is sitting happily in first place with a total so far with only her opener of 592.5 kilos. When she is successful with this, oh, Casey is up. Casey's taking 217.5 kilos. I got ahead of myself. Let's give Miss Casey her flowers. This is 217.5 kilos. Platform 1 has 185 kilos on it. This will bring out Miss London. Nice pull by Casey. London is pulling. A little bit heavy on the day. All right, now we have the one, the only Maggie, our reigning national champion, taking 252.5 kilos. This is 556 pounds as an 82.5 kilo lifter. This lift will give her over 600 kilo total at 607.5. She has already solidified herself in first place. This is just looking to put every single kilo she can on her total, solidify her place in history. 607.5 kilo total without a third attempt deadlift on the books so far.
That is crazy.
Absolutely insane.
Okay, so she hit the squat record earlier today.
Yes.
Can we get a search on what the total record is?
I can do that. Give me just a second.
She can't be too super far off. Pretty good lift on platform 1 there as well. Third attempts on platform 2. This is where the party is. Third attempt. It's what you wait for all day.
Would you believe me if I said it's Miss Maggie's total?
Okay.
It is her own total at 610.5 kilos. So let's see. She's really close to that already. I'll be interested to see what the rest of this looks like. Nicole's taking 190 kilos, third attempt deadlift.
That was a good hold at the top there.
Yeah, I might have been a little support on the thighs. 3 white lights. Looking ahead, Miss Maggie has put in an American record attempt for her final attempt. She is looking to total 617.5 kilos. She currently also has loaded the American deadlift over the American deadlift record. So she'll be looking to have a squat American record, a deadlift American record, and the total American record. Emma with 197.5 kilos. She is pulling. Oh, it's just too much on the day. Emma has had a great day so far. A great day at the 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals. A little bit too much on the day, but a wonderful showing from her. Adding an additional 2.5 kilos to that bar will take us to 200 kilos, which will bring out Miss Jeannie on platform 2. We are getting the bar loaded and ready for Miss Abigail on platform 1 at 165 kilos.
Wow, Samantha. Wow. You scream. Final attack. Let's get behind Jeannie. No more space.
Let's go, Miss Jeannie. 200 kilos. Let's go, Abigail. 165 kilos. Finish out your day strong. This is your last pull of the 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals. Give it everything you've got. Keep it pulling. Don't stop now. Let's go, Jeannie, all the way to the top.
Oh, yeah.
It's to the top, but are those shoulders back?
I think so.
2 to 1, good lift. Abigail also grinded all the way to the top. 2 to 1, good lift. Wonderful third attempt for both of those ladies. I don't think they had any more left in the tank. Perfect calls. 205 on the bar. That means Tracy is coming out. 167.5 kilos on the bar for platform 1. We'll bring out Samantha.
Two incredible deadlifts right next to each other.
And honestly, frankly, they're pulling them at basically the same time on platform 1 and 2. Makes it very exciting. We have Alana with 207.5 kilos. We have Lila with 170 kilos, grinding it all the way to the top. She never stopped. Lift is good. Alana, little too much on the day. Still finished out with 477.5 kilos. As expected, Michelle Jordan has opted for that smaller jump from second to third, opting for a 5 kilo jump from 212.5 to 217. We've got Ava coming out for 172.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from her second. This is a big pull for Miss Ava.
Yeah, this could be a 9 for 9 pull for her.
She's looking to give us everything she's got right now. Not stopping even though it's crooked. What a fight, yelling at herself at the top. Oh my gosh, I don't think you can be any closer to a made lift. Oh, so frustrating. The bar just got a little crooked from the start. Here goes Michelle, 217.5 kilos. She's pulling. It's moving. Once that bar gets to the knees, it's a tall tale sign. Are you going to be able to crank it all the way to the top, or is it just too much on the day? I will say, though, over the course of this competition, we have seen some crazy grinds on deadlift.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun to watch because it's not something you get to see often. Here's Miss Amy, 175 kilos. This will pull her total to 400 kilos. I blinked and Isabella was out, and not only was she out, but she had deadlifted 220 kilos. 2 to 1, good lift. Finishes out her day with a 510 kilo total. Amy locked out 175. 400 kilo total on the day for her. Amy looking to retake her 185 kilos. Attempt change on platform 2. So Casey has opted for an attempt change. She is taking 225 kilos. This will pull her temporarily, because not all platforms are done, from 4th to 3rd if she is successful. London retaking 185 kilos. A little bit too heavy on the second. Looking to find that extra strength here. She's fighting it. She hasn't given up. She is what a good fight from her. Let's go, Casey, 225 kilos. This is 496 pounds, trying to pull herself onto the podium from 4th to 3rd. Really with room left in the tank. What a beautifully executed deadlift. Huge day for Miss Casey. She finishes out with also a 510 kilo total, which means she beat Isabella on body weight. If two lifters have the same total, the lighter lifter gets the win. Miss Sydney is out here with 185 kilos. For her final attempt deadlift, grinds it all the way to the top.
And as we alluded to, we got a national record loaded on the bar for Maggie.
She is pulling 262.5 kilos, 578 pounds. She has done it, another national record for Maggie. 3 white lights. She has the squat national record. She has the deadlift national record, and she has the total national record. I am out of breath. I think my heart is beating harder than hers. That was absolutely insane. She just finished out a phenomenal day.
Yeah, and I did not expect it to be that fast.
Honestly.
It was good. Both of her records were good.
Yes, I need to do the math because my brain can't calculate this many kilos. But 617.5 kilos, which is what Maggie totaled today, is 1,361.5 pounds.
Insane.
On a squat, a bench, and a deadlift. That is not a cumulative weight lifted of the day. That's just the heaviest of each of the three. Insane. What a wonderful session from our women's 82.5 kilo lifters. We are now on to our men's 82.5 kilos lifters on platforms 1 and 2. We have already gotten the party started. Jeremy just pulled 222.5 kilos. Anthony has pulled, or is pulling, 242.5 kilos.
Bars ready for Brooks.
Ooh, that was so fast. NASCAR.
Come on, Brooks.
All right, we have 235 kilos on the bar. Platform 2 for Michael. 235 kilos. Opening attempt.
Let's go, Brooks.
And Brooks gets 3 lights. Violet Summerix.
Beautiful.
330 pounds.
Matthew out with 250 kilos.
Come on, Norm.
Whew, my adrenaline is still pumping from that women's session. That was absolutely insane.
Come on, Violet.
Keith is up 245 kilos. Platform 2, opening attempt.
You know, when the women have as fabulous of a session as they did, it puts a lot more pressure on the guys that have to follow them.
Yes.
Trying not to get outshone.
I mean, those women put on a show. Saul has 265 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt. Dominic with 247.5 kilos.
The lift is good. Here comes Andrew from overhead hook. Sumo pull on weight. No lift across the wall. Here comes Marcus Hughes.
Diego, 270 kilos.
On 4.
Picture perfect deadlift from Dominic. Very steady pull from Diego. Not real explosive, but also not very hard. Kobe's going to be coming out on platform 2 for 250 kilos.
Here's Jaden Crane. 3 white lights from Marcus. Final attempts on the grid.
Beautiful opener from Kobe. 3 white lights. Beautiful opener from Jaden. Also 3 white lights. Jacob Hunter getting ready to come out with 272.5 kilos loaded on the bar. Platform 1. He's had a 5 for 6 day thus far, only missing his last bench.
Harrison, 584 pounds.
272.5 kilos squat. 150 kilo bench. And I am so sorry, he has gone 6 for 6. I was looking at the wrong lifter. That deadlift just showed us why he is well executed. Jonathan got a little bit in front of himself. Adding 2.5 kilos to the bar on platform 2 will take us to 257.5 kilos, which will bring out Paul. Steven will pull 275 kilos for his opener on platform 1. Wow.
That was fast.
I don't think I can move an empty barbell that fast. Paul with a very narrow grip. I believe both of his hands are actually on the smooth part of the bar, which is a very easy spot to lose grip. So it's a very bold strategy.
Yeah, grip that close, it can elongate your arms, which can be an advantage because you don't have to move it as far, but the grip is harder to hold on the smooth, so.
And to be honest, it looked like his hands were inside his shoulder width, which doesn't make your arms longer, angles-wise. So it must just be what's comfortable for him. Brady with 260 kilos. Zachary, 277.5 kilos. 2-to-1 good lift on platform 2. 3 white lights on platform 1. Man, we are moving and grooving right through these deadlifts. We are already on our final opening attempt for flight 2, session 2. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to tune in tonight at 7 p.m. for our 3rd session of day 2. The party never stops here in Lombard, Illinois.
Effort on 496.
Joe, 280 kilos. Victor, 260 kilos.
3 white lights on 3.
So smooth and beautiful from both of those lifters.
628 pounds.
262.5 kilos on the bar for Anthony. 235 kilos on the bar for Jeremy.
No lift on 3. Here comes Norm on 3.
Beautiful pull from Jeremy. 262.5 kilos on the bar for Anthony. 578 pounds. We are creeping very, very close to that 600-pound mark on platform 1. Michael has 245 kilos on the bar. Matthew with 265 kilos on the bar.
No more changes. Lift is in the next line, platform 3. No more changes to your opener.
What a beautiful speed for a second attempt.
297.5 kilos. Over 3.5 times his body weight.
Jonathan missed his first at 255 kilos, opting to retake it. He's the one that lost his balance a little bit and fell forward. So likely should be able to overcome that here and pull it pretty easy. Just must be a little forward on the day.
Yeah, kind of almost does the same thing there, but I think he kind of falls forward after the down command that time.
But he
They're
did-
making him wait for it.
2-to-1, no lift. So I definitely think that one of the refs called him on either a dropped bar, grip, or a control. And I think the other one called him on a soft lockout. His right shoulder, our left side shoulder, did look to be a little bit forward and down. So I think that's what they called him on, but he's going to have to really lock in for this third one. Connor, 265 kilos. Keith, 257.5 kilos. Connor with 3 white lights. Keith with 3 white lights. Saul loading the bar up to 280 kilos, which will officially take us over 600 pounds. Dominic with 578 pounds, or 262.5 kilos. Second attempt, meaning these lifters still have one more attempt on deadlift. Dominic with 262.5 kilos. So Saul is asking spotters and loaders to do something with the bar, unsure of exactly what he wants here. He is allowed to move the bar himself. He does not have to ask someone else to do it. And it is not going to reset his clock. Still had plenty of time, but I think it might have thrown him off a little bit. 280 kilos.
He gets that, but it definitely was slow, so there's not a ton of room to go up.
Yeah. That's one of those things on deadlift. You are allowed to ask the TC, the ref standing there waiting to let you enter the platform, to have the spotters and loaders roll the bar forward, roll the bar back, brush the bar off. You just have to let the TC know that. So if you're a lifter that wants the bar outside of those little grooves that naturally deadlifts make in the platform, you just have to ask, and it won't eat away at your clock if you do it before you get bar is loaded. Here's Paul again with that super narrow grip. 270 kilos, 3 white lights. Jaden is taking 287.5. A really pretty conventional pull. 3 white lights for Jaden. Here comes Jacob Hunter, 287.5 kilos. So not exactly sure what's happening with platform 2. Oh, bar is loaded. So the bar is loaded. Platform is ready. Jacob with a beautiful 287.5 kilos. Kobe taking 270 kilos, 595 pounds.
Really fast off the floor. A little tougher at the top there on 2. Grabbing his shoulder a little as he walks off.
Hopefully just a cramp.
Yeah, probably.
I've definitely had my lat cramp on a deadlift. Here's Steven, 292.5 kilos, second attempt.
Yeah, deadlifts hurt, even if they are good.
I think I blinked and missed that. It almost looked like it was so fast that he fell back down, but he definitely didn't. It was beautiful control, just so insanely fast. All right, platform 1. Bar is loaded to 295 kilos, which will bring out Zachary. Brady coming out, 272.5 kilos, platform 2. See what the refs have to say there for Zachary. Oh, Brady losing grip at the top. Yeah, no lift on platforms 1 and 2. I believe both due to grip. Platform 1 did also get a red card, which is not fully locked out. Platform 1 has Joe out, 297.5 kilos, 656 pounds. Platform 2 has 275 kilos. That'll bring out Victor. Beautiful deadlift from him. 3 white lights on platform 1. Platform 2 seems to be a successful second attempt from Victor with 275 kilos. 3 white lights. If you notice there, he was a lifter that asked the TC to have the bar moved to the back of the platform, so spotters and loaders helped move it prior to his attempt. Here's Diego, 300 kilos. Somebody must have turned the gravity up on Diego. A little bit too heavy for him for today.
Before they put the attempt in or not, do you think he'll take that again?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think his little bow said, that's it.
That's what I was guessing.
I can't promise that, but all right, platform 2 is having some sort of a miscommunication. We do have 2 lifters, both loaded 250 kilos, so we are going to have to go off lot number, which means that Michael should be out. Connor has put in 275 kilo third attempt. Did miss it. It was a little heavy on the day.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see from here, but they were doing an attempt change right away on that third attempt, which is a little unusual right at the beginning of the flight, but happens.
Michael with a successful 250 kilos. Matthew taking 277.5 kilos. Here's Jeremy with 250 kilos.
3.7 times his body weight.
Kind of peeled out of his hands there on one.
Platform 1 gotten the bar loaded to 280 kilos for Anthony.
Platform 2, 384 pounds. Gino, 3 white lights on 4. Michael Miller on 3. And Miller with an easy opener. He's going to be doing 4 times body weight before his night is over.
Let's go, Keith. 265 kilos, platform 2. Anthony with 280 kilos, platform 1. Third attempts. Oh, a little too heavy for Keith. Oh, little bobble at the top for Anthony. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white lights.
Yeah, I think that bobble was actually just more of him leaning on his feet, kind of front to back, and that you're allowed to do.
I thought I saw a little knee unlock.
Maybe.
But doesn't matter what I see. Matters what the refs see. And he got 3 whites. Jonathan taking 270 kilos. Looking to bring his total to 645 kilos. Yeah, that shoulder. The way he pulls just lends that shoulder to look a little soft. 3 white lights. Doesn't matter what I see. Solid 290 kilos. Little too heavy on the day.
That's correct. Just a sprinkler.
All right, Kobe is getting himself all locked in. You see him there getting himself hyped. 275 kilos on the bar for his third attempt. Zachary with 295 kilos, looking for redemption from his second. Pulling it, not stopping. Oh. Yeah, Kobe must be having some issues with cramping or something, just that shoulder lat area. All right, we got to get some momentum back here, men. Let's go. Third attempts. This is nationals. Let's get everything you've got. Give it to us on the platform. Dominic will be coming out on platform 2 with 277.5 kilos. Jacob will be coming out on platform 1 with 300 kilos. Dominic looking to break over 700 kilo total. A little too much on the day. Looks like he might be a little lightheaded. Here goes Jacob. It's at his knees. He's got it locked. Three white lights. Gets him himself a total of 722.5 kilos. Brady taking 277.5 kilos. Missed on grip and then also a little funky foot position as he landed, so glad the spotters and loaders are there to catch him, make sure he's okay. 305 kilos on the bar, brings out Jaden. Looks like there might be an attempt change.
Yeah, it was on the board, but doesn't affect him, so they'll...
Okay. So this is still Jaden, 305 kilos. Spotters and loaders nice and close, making sure he's gonna be safe. This is a big pull. 672 pounds for Jaden.
That's close.
2-to-1 good lift. Here's Paul, 280 kilos. He's grinding, he's trying. It's still pulling. Oh. A little bit too heavy on the grip today. All right, Victor is looking to change the momentum here. He is looking to be the first lifter in, if I can count fast enough, 4 lifters to make his third attempt. He has 290 kilos on the bar, platform 2. Steven is pulling 305 pounds. Our bar's just slipping out of everybody's hands tonight. 312 kilos on the bar for platform 1, 290 kilos on the bar for platform 2. Here goes Victor.
You see they're kind of spraying the bar a little bit now, just making sure it's like extra clean. Maybe he ripped a little bit of a callus when it tore out of his hand, but
yeah. All right, platform 2 is moving on to our final flight of lifters. We will be continuing with our 82.5 kilo men. Haven't talked much about placement yet because nothing is solidified until all of our men are done lifting. All right, platform 1, Joe has 312.5 kilos loaded on the bar. Sebastian, platform 2, 255 kilos. Let's go, Joe. It's moving. Oh, little tiny bobble at the top. Not sure if it was up, down, or if the bar just stalled. 2-to-1, no lift. All right. Diego has opted to go up to 320 kilos after missing 300 kilos on strength. I really hope he has some smelling salts. I really hope someone's there to smack his back, get him in the zone, get something going because he needs this lift. He missed 300 on strength, has opted to go up to 320 kilos anyway. Seeing what he can make shake. Let's go, Diego. Too heavy on the day. He was successful with his first attempt at 270 kilos. Was able to get that on the board. All right, we are moving on to our final flight of lifters on both platforms 1 and 2. Justin Green is coming out on platform 2 with 270 kilos.
standard opener on platform 2.
Here's Jeffrey, 220 kilos, platform 1. Beautiful opener for both of our men there. 3 white lights for both lifters. 240 kilos, platform 1 for Alexander. 275 kilos, platform 2 for Timothy.
The bar's ready. Michael Miller on 3. 3 white lights.
Timothy coming out with a little bit of swag. Got Timothy pulling conventional, Alexander pulling sumo. Picture perfect conventional from Timothy. Beautiful sumo from Alexander. There's a reason these lifters are on the national platform, and they are showing us right now. Andre with 280 kilos, 617 pounds. Luke has 250 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt. John is going to have 285 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt. I looked down at LiftingCast for a half second and I missed his deadlift. I was absolutely so speedy. 3 white lights. I have no notes though because I didn't see it.
I have no notes and I did see it.
So beautiful. Flawless. John, 285 kilos.
Here comes Benson. Then Casey.
Ivan taking 255 kilos. Now, as these lifters start to all solidify totals, it will be much easier to see where placements are falling. Beautiful pull from Ivan. 3 white lights. Nice pull from Kyle. Also 3 white lights. Kyle has had himself a day. His total is currently 780.5 kilos.
Jason Truman, 666 pounds, 666, bars loaded the number of the powerlifter. From the Old Testament to the New Testament to the book of Revelations, he will raise the bar from the depths of hell.
Jihoon 265 kilos, Daniel 300 kilos.
The number of the powerlifter.
Good lifts. There's really not much to say for these lifts. They are gorgeous.
No, I mean, all 3 fights this session have had beautiful standard kind of run-of-the-mill openers. There's not a whole lot to take from them other than they'll probably make their second after an opener like that and then swing for something on the third.
And that's kind of exactly what we've seen. We haven't seen too many technicalities. A few here and there. It's expected. But not too many, so not a lot to chat about. It's either the lifter made it or they didn't. It's kind of a good place to be where the lifters seem to really be training to standard. They really seem to be able to execute on the platform. It's exactly what we want.
I think the only like technicality on deadlift that you come across that might not be visible to the naked eye is just the ramping.
Yeah,
Kind of,
supporting
because
on
you
the
can't
thighs.
necessarily always see that from the front. But like the hitching, you can kind of see that, obviously, the up and down, and then the yellow cards, when you do get them, most of the time it's for like grip slip, and you can obviously kind of see that. Although at collegiates there were some weird cards thrown around on deadlift.
I feel like collegiates is a good place to learn what not to do. There's a lot of lifters that are there lifting for fun, right? College is kind of a thing that you might do with friends. You might want to be in the gym and somebody pulls you in right at the last minute. There's a lot of things to go through. But collegiates is a lot of fun. It's a really, really fun meet. Sebastian attempted 270 kilos, seemed to have lost it on grip, maybe a little bit of strength, maybe a little bit of both. See if he can come back and get that. We've got Tony on platform 1, second to last deadlifter, 280 kilos. Three white lights for Tony. Here's Thomas. 275 kilos. Unfortunate for Thomas, it looked like he might have ripped his thumb a little bit. He looked down at his hand, so either a little bit of a ripped thumb or just missed grip with a little bit of thumb pain. We've got Ryan coming out. He had to fix his socks before he's allowed to enter the platform. 285 kilos for his opening attempt. Just rocking and rolling right through these deadlifts. Timothy is going to be coming out for 297.5 kilos. Luke is going to be coming out for 260 kilos. Second attempt at deadlifts.
734 pounds. 4 times flyweight. Our last score of the week. The bar.
Good second attempts from both of those lifters. Andre will be coming out for 300 kilos on platform 2. Alexander will be coming out for 260 kilos. Platform 1. Let's go, Alexander. 260 kilos. John with 302.5 kilos. Jihoon with 272.5 kilos.
The number of the power lift. Fire and principle come down.
Let's go, John. Set that hook.
666.
Beautiful pull. John has some really long arms and then does a really good job at keeping them long. He's not actively pulling into the bar to try to make it move. He's trying to push the ground away. It's a very efficient deadlift. This is Jihoon on platform 1, 272.5 kilos. No lift on platform 1. Kyle getting himself locked in for 310 kilos. This will inch his total above 800 kilos. Three white lights. His total is currently, as it sits, without a third attempt deadlift, 800.5 kilos. Platforms 3 and 4 have already finished lifting, so it is down to platforms 1 and 2, which means we will be able to give you the most accurate standings for these 82.5 kilo lifters, and I will be doing my best to keep you updated along the way. Here's Ivan, 275 kilos. Daniel with 315 kilos. Wonder why they held Ivan for so long. Both of those lifters have a little bit of a longer hold before the down command. Ivan with a soft lockout, but Daniel got his secured. Jason loading up 287.5 kilos. Devontae loading up 335 kilos. So currently, as it stands, Kyle is first place in the men's junior without a third attempt deadlift. It is all for gold for him for junior. He is currently sitting in second place in the open division, needs to hit his third attempt deadlift to pull himself into first. Let's go, Jason.
Oh,
Turbulent on the way up.
he knows it too.
Yeah. You know, as a lifter, sell it. Smile at the top and be like, maybe the refs didn't see it. The minute you shake your head,
maybe they
solidifies
blinked.
the fake, solidifies that you know something went wrong. Ride it. Because stranger things have happened. If you stay in the sport of powerlifting long enough, you will get a gift at some point in your career.
I think I already got mine.
Me too.
And it was when I really didn't need it.
Yeah. You'll get some and it goes both ways. You get some gifts and then you get some that you don't agree with and that blatantly feel wrong. But that's the sport. That's how sports are. Naveed with 297.5 kilos. Come on, break the streak. We don't need any more missed seconds. Looked good to me. 3 white lights. The momentum is back on platform 1. We need it going into third pulls, which have already started on platform 2. We've got Sebastian trying to claim 270 kilos as his. Missed it on his second. Just the grip. So strong and speedy. Right at the top, just can't hold on to it. All right, Ryan, second to last puller on platform 1. 300 kilos. This is 661 pounds.
Ryan standing on 1. Is he okay? No.
He's all right, just frustrated. Nobody likes to miss a second on strength.
The
All right, this is Thomas. Thomas missed his second on 275 kilos. I believe it was on grip. He has opted to go up to 290 kilos anyway. The cowbells are out. The energy is flowing. Let's get him to a successful third attempt and Tony to a successful second with 300 kilos. Tony's pulling.
You could tell, I think, that was kind of not his best attempt at gripping the bar anyways. It was already off the ground. It was already in his fingertips.
Now, like I've said before, you are allowed to ask for the bar to be wiped down for any one of your attempts. So they can wipe the bar down. They can get the chalk out of the knurling, the baby powder off the smooth if you're a smooth grip puller. That's totally legal and totally allowed. It is something that, knowing that all of these lifters have missed on grip, that I would be asking for. Justin, 295 kilos all the way to the top, proved us wrong that grip should not be an issue on these barbells. 3 white lights. The lift is good.
Ooh!
Jeffrey with a grindy third.
That's nice.
3 white lights gives him a total of 667.5 kilos. All right, we have Justin out on platform 3, 295 kilos. He is in 5th place. This pull will keep him in 5th place, but make it a little harder for 6th place to reach him. Ooh, he was able to push past the sticking point. Was there any up, down, or was it just side to side? The lift is good, 2-to-1, good lift. Head ref did call up, down, or support on thighs. Luke is pulling 270 kilos, platform 1.
I think they're gonna get mad at him for those knees.
2-to-1. Good lift. You saw it though. You and the left ref. I did not, so I was with the other two. But I also was yapping, so. Yeah. All right. Platform 1 has 270 kilos on the bar. They are getting it wiped down and ready for Alexander. Platform 2 has 312 kilos on the bar. That will bring out Andre. Andre is looking to push his total from 700 kilos to 712.5 right here. Let's go, lifters. Everything you've got. This is your last lift of the day. Oh, a little too heavy for Andre. See if Alexander can push past. Let's go, Alexander. He's fighting it. Oh. All right, 320 kilos on the bar for Daniel. 5 more kilos than his second. Jihoon missed his second, staying at 272.5 kilos, looking to solidify it. I believe he missed his second on grip. So it's a great idea for him to ask the TC to have spotters and loaders clean off the bar, make it a little bit more standard for him to grab onto. Can't blame the chalk now. Let's see Jihoon. Come on, Daniel, all the way to the top. Bar got in front of him a little bit. Hard to lock out when that bar is out in front. Seems like maybe he thought he was locked out. Jihoon, 272.5 kilos. It happens.
Gravity.
Turned it up. All right, Timothy has 320 kilos on the bar, platform 2. He unfortunately did not make any of his deadlifts or his benches. Looking for redemption here on deadlifts. Gone 2 for 2 so far. 320 kilos for Timothy. Just too heavy. You know, he went up the... Oh, no, he took a pretty big jump from second to third. All right, here is Ivan. Missed his second at 275. Opted to go up to 285 anyway. Trying to take his total over 700 kilos. This will tie him at 700 kilos if he is successful with this attempt. John on platform 2 has 322.5 kilos. This will take him to a total of 697.5 kilos. Ivan.
I totally thought he had that, and then just at the top, just lost it.
Might have felt it slipping, might have just not had the rest of the squeeze. I don't know. It was a very close call.
Moved well off the floor.
All right, here's John, 322.5 kilos on platform 2. Jason, 287.5 kilos on platform 1. Too much for John. Let's see if Jason can get some redemption. He does pull at least one of his fingers on smooth, so it does make it harder on grip. Locked in, it's moving. Wasn't a grip issue, just a little too much on the day. All right, Ryan is loading the bar up to 300 kilos, looking for a little redemption. Missed it on his second. This will pull him from 11th to 9th. Nothing like being top 10 in the nation in the 82.5 kilo weight division. If Ryan is successful, Kyle has loaded the bar to 327.5 kilos. This will pull him into first in the open 82.5 kilo age division. He is already in first in the juniors. This will give him the gold in open and junior on platform 2 for Kyle. Ryan is approaching the bar with 300 kilos, looking to be top 10 in the nation at the 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals. Let's go, Ryan. Let's go, Kyle. Let's go, Ryan. It's moving. Don't let it go. Lock it out. Oh, a little too much. Come on, Kyle. Lock it in. This is for first. All for glory. Let's go. Pick it up.
Up. Oh.
Kyle is still your national champion in the junior age division for 82.5 kilo lifters. He has still totaled over 800 kilos. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on our final deadlifter for platform 2. This will bring out Devontae, 335 kilos, looking for redemption after missing it on his second. Tony is also looking for redemption after missing 300 kilos on his second. This is a lot. We need these lifters to make these lifts. We got to get some momentum going for our final pull on platform 1 right after Tony. Let's go, Tony. Let's go, Devontae. Got the cowbells going. Hear people screaming. Timed up lifts. Both of them pulling. Oh, Devontae tried.
No.
A little too much on the day. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our final pull of the 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals Day 2, Session 2, 82.5 kilo men. They are loading the bar for Naveed to 305 kilos. This will bring his total from 715 kilos to 722.5 kilos. He has earned this. He is the final puller of Day 2, Session 2, 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals. He's got the crowd behind him. He is making sure his feet are not going to slip.
305 kilos on the bar.
He is looking to finish his day 9 for 9, 27 for 27 white lights. Everyone is behind him. Let's go, Naveed. Let's go, let's go. It's moving. Don't let it go. I think he's done it.
I think he has too.
Lift is good. 3 white lights. No better way to end our day than Naveed going 9 for 9, 27 for 27 white lights. Final puller of the 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals Day 2, Session 2. Wow. If your heart is not just absolutely beating out of your chest, I don't know what you've been watching, because this has been absolutely incredible. Let's go over our standings. We had an outstanding women's session today. 82.5 kilo lifters. We have Maggie totaling 607.5 kilos. And not only did she total 607.5 kilos and take home gold, she has solidified the American record in the squat, the deadlift, and the total here today. We have Ms. Janine coming in second at 527.5 kilos and rounding out our top three with Casey at 510 kilos. Not to be outdone is Isabella, also at 510 kilos. Casey takes the lead with the body weight advantage. Going into our men's raw 82.5 kilo lifter, we have Michael Miller. He must have been on platforms 3 or 4. I hope you tuned in to watch him. He totaled 817.5 kilos. We had Kyle in second place on our platform too, 800.5 kilos, also taking a American record on the squat, an unofficial world record on the squat with 328 kilos, rounding out our top three with Jonathan, 790 kilos. Thank you guys so much for joining into 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals Day 2, Session 2. I am Brandis Napier.
And I'm Tia Badger. We've loved hosting for you today. Thanks for tuning in.
We will see you guys back.